Chapter 1688. The leaderboard could only sense one's strength, but not one's true battle prowess. For example, when Manshur fought against Wuxia, the latter had the undying body and the vertical eye of death. If they really fought, Manshur might not be a match for Wuxia. However, on the leaderboard, Manshur's ranking was one place higher than Wuxia's. Of course, if the difference between the two's rankings was huge, then there was no comparison at all. For example, the difference in battle prowess between Long Fei and Su Ho was like heaven and earth. However, if the rankings were close to 199, then the difference in battle prowess between the two was not big. A few days ago, Zichen said that the Black Armor City Lord was inferior to Su Ho based on the leaderboard. At that time, the Black Armor City Lord was obviously very dissatisfied. Now, it seemed that his true battle prowess might not be weaker than Su Ho. Golden light flashed, and amidst the exclamations, the 11 people brought by Zichen were all on the leaderboard. Moreover, they all occupied the top positions. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Not only was Zichen powerful, but the people around him were also extraordinary experts. Under the respectful gazes of the cultivators, Zichen and the others turned and left, heading out of the city. This time, their target was the last Imperial Sky City. That was the true headquarters of the Seven-Mansion Alliance in the Imperial Sky region. It was also the foundation of the 5 forces. It could be said that there were many experts there. Is there a distribution of the items? While walking, Zichen asked. Wu Xia walked over and said, according to what we said earlier, half of the items will go to Old Man Schenker. As for the rest, they have all been exchanged for resources. Everyone will have a share. Wu Xia was in charge of counting the items in the team. He took out a spatial bag and handed it to Zichen, saying, "This is yours." Zichen waved his hand and said, "Let's split it. I don't need it." With the cauldron, Zichen's speed of accumulating resources was even faster than the 11 people combined. Although the plundering this time was not a small amount of resources, Zichen still did not care about it. Right now, only the resources in the Royal Sky City could truly move Zichen's heart. According to Schenker, some big transactions would be held there. There was no lack of materials for refining Emperor weapons. In his line of sight, the behemoth-like Imperial Sky City was already in sight. Wharton, who had been in a tense state all this while, finally let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Yiming glanced at Wharton and said confidently, "There's no need to be nervous. They won't dare to chase after us." Wharton glanced at Yiming and said, "You sure are confident. Back then, you said that you could fight 1 against 13. But this time, you lost 1 against 1. You were almost killed." Anger flashed across Yiming's face as he said coldly, "How can that be the same? That guy broke through the 9th level. His soul attack is very powerful. He wanted to kill me, but in the end I managed to escape and break through. He wanted to chase after me, but when he saw that I broke through, he left dejectedly." Wharton pursed his lips, but he did not refute. Although he looked down on Yiming, he had to admit that Yiming's attainments in the soul were really strong. Su Ho, who had remained silent with a sullen expression, said indifferently, "This time, since the 2 of you were able to break through, this trip was not in vain." When Yiming heard that, he asked in a deep voice, "Why? Didn't they agree?" "These damn things." Su Ho's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed angrily. Back then, when he worked with the soul-devouring clan to search for the small world Zichen was in, Yiming knew the combat strength of Zichen and the others. He knew that none of the soul-devouring clan members who entered would survive, so he had a plan in mind. However, who knew that before they could scheme against the soul-devouring clan, their leader, Kusi, would toy with them. In the end, all 13 soul-devouring clan members died, and Kusi somehow escaped. When they heard that Kusi was still alive, the Wang family immediately arranged for Su Ho to negotiate. Su Ho brought Yiming and Wharton along as well. Su Ho found the soul-devouring clan members and negotiated with them, but the other party kept making excuses. Both parties had a conflict, and their words were intense. In the end, nothing was negotiated. Su Ho walked out angrily and happened to see Yiming, who was injured but had broken through. It turned out that he had already fought with Kasi. The soul-devouring clan went back on their word. This made Su Ho very unhappy. However, he knew in his heart that the reason why the soul-devouring clan dared to do this was because the benefits of that small world were extremely great. It was so great that they were willing to pay the price of offending the Imperial Sky region forever. Since both parties refused to work together, the soul-devouring clan had the intention to kill. However, with Su Ho present and Yiming who had broken through to level 9, they gave up eventually. However, Wharton was extremely nervous throughout the entire journey. Against humans of the same cultivation state, he wasn't afraid at all. However, against those soul-devouring clan members, he had no confidence at all. The three of them were extremely frustrated and did not have much to talk to each other. Suddenly, they felt an oppressive aura coming from the front. The three of them raised their heads and looked ahead. That was the direction of the Imperial Sky City. Looking at everything outside the city, their faces changed immediately. There were more than 10 people standing in the skies. The person in the lead was riding on a mutated beast. That mutated beast shone with a bedazzling silver light. Every single silver light that shone out in all directions was a tiny thunderbolt. That is... Looking at that mutated beast, Wharton's eyes widened. His face was filled with astonishment. Dragon. That's Zi Chen's Thunder Dragon. However, it's just a weapon spirit. Wu Xia replied nonchalantly. He had followed Zi Chen for quite some time now. Naturally, he had seen thunder dragons before. It's really Zi Chen. Wasn't he in that small world? Why is he here? Wharton recognized Zi Chen, who was standing on the head of the thunder dragon. Su Ho did not say a single word as he stared at the skies with a death stare. He stared at that gigantic dragon that was shining with a bedazzling silver light. His mouth was slightly agape, revealing an expression of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. In fact, there was even a red glint in his eyes as they shone with greed. His breathing became hurried, and the clarity in his bright eyes was gradually fading away. In his eyes, there was only the thunder dragon. There was nothing else. In fact, there wasn't even Zi Chen. Yiming sensed the abnormality beside him and turned around to look at Su Ho. When he saw Su Ho's expression, he was shocked. He had followed Su Ho for quite some time now. He knew what kind of person Su Ho was. He cared a lot about his status as a powerful being on the leaderboard. Usually, he would pay close attention to his emotions. However, he had completely lost it today. It was all because of Zi Chen. Yiming, of course, did not think so. No matter how much he wanted to kill Zi Chen, he would not reveal such an expression for the sake of his status. The only reason for that was the Thunder Dragon weapon. Yiming knew that the Thunder Dragon weapon was extraordinary. However, there was no need for him to reveal such an expression. Unless Yiming's heart skipped a beat as he called out softly, "Sir." After calling out twice, Su Ho finally snapped back to his senses. The various expressions on his face disappeared, and he returned to his cold self. His gaze was still fixed in front of him as he asked, "You said that it's not a real dragon, but a weapon spirit." "That's right. That's the manifestation of the Thunder Dragon Spear. The weapon spirit is a real dragon spirit," Yiming said. Su Ho's attention was indeed on the Thunder Dragon. Dragon spirit. Su Ho's eyes suddenly lit up as greed flashed in his eyes. This time, Zi Chen took the initiative to come here. He must be up to no good. I don't think we can take it anymore. Guessing Su Ho's thoughts, Yiming added. A murderous intent flashed in Su Ho's eyes. He was lucky last time. This time he will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ho turned into a ray of light and flew forward. Yiming smiled coldly and said, It seems that this time I am in the lead in terms of cultivation level. Perhaps I can kill a few people in this battle. Looking at Yi Ming, who followed closely behind Su Ho, Wharton's expression was very complicated. After a moment of hesitation, he could only follow. Outside the Imperial Sky City, a boundless dragon's might spread. A loud dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The group of guards raised their heads to look at the mighty dragon in the sky. Their faces were full of shock. Someone actually came riding on a dragon. What is that? A dragon? Oh my God, it's really a dragon. Who is he? He actually came riding on a dragon. He is Zichen, the one who took first place on the general rankings and killed the city lord. Could it be that he is the one who pushed Lord Long Fei down and took first place on the double rankings? The commotion outside the city attracted even more cultivators and guards. They rushed out of the city gates and looked up at this extremely shocking scene. Even though many years had passed, every time they recalled the scene, they could not suppress the shock in their hearts. That was a magnificent feat of one person taking on an entire city. In the battlefield of despair, this was definitely the first time in history. It was also on that day that Zichen's name spread throughout the entire Imperial Sky City. These were all things that happened later. Today, looking at the group of people in the sky who were obviously provoking them, a guard said with a gloomy expression, "How dare you come here to provoke us? Are you bullying us because we have no one here? Just a group of 8th layer mortals. How dare you come here and cause trouble? You are courting death. You dare to provoke the dignity of the city? Kill without mercy." The group of 9th layer immortals was clearly enraged. They stared at Zichen's group in the sky with murderous intent. This time, it was not about benefits. They only cared about dignity. If a group of guards allowed 12 8th layer immortals and a dragon to wreak havoc in the city, they would lose a lot of face. The Imperial Sky City would also lose a lot of face. In such a big city, there were tens of thousands of 9th layer immortals. If it could be broken through by 12 8th layer immortals, how could it still be called a city? Murderous intent surged, and the crowd was agitated. Zichen stood on the dragon and looked down. After feeling the murderous intent that was constantly gathering below, Zichen said indifferently, "It seems that there will be a fierce battle next." Behind Zichen, Manshur said coldly, "So what if it's a fierce battle? Even a battle to the death is fine." Zichen shook his head and said, "The situation is different this time. They are only guards. They are only guarding the city. It does not concern any benefits. Try not to kill them. Just injure them heavily." Although the 5 great clans were very powerful, this was, after all, the last city of humanity. They definitely could not cover the sky with one hand. Feeling the murderous intent gathering below, Zichen knew that they were real guards and real warriors. "Zichen, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Quickly retreat." The number of 9th layer immortals outside the city instantly exceeded 200. A late-stage 9th layer immortals leader walked out and shouted at Zichen, "I must enter this city." Zichen said indifferently, "Don't even think about it, unless you step over our corpses." The leader of the guards said indifferently. The murderous intent gathered again. It was as if it had a form and swept toward Zichen. Zichen stood there without moving. Golden light flickered around his body. The murderous intent could not get close to him at all. As for the lightning dragon under his feet, it did not care about this bit of murderous intent. Chapter 1689. When the guards saw Su Ho in the sky, their eyes were filled with surprise as they heaved a huge sigh of relief. They had heard about how Zichen overtook Long Fei in the previous city to become the number 1 on the general leaderboard. After that, he killed the black-armored city lord, which shocked them even more. It was said that Zichen only used one move to kill the city lord. How could they deal with such a powerful combat strength? If not for the fact that they had no choice, They really did not want to encounter Zichen. The current Zichen could only be dealt with by those powerhouses on the leaderboard. However, powerhouses on the leaderboard were usually elusive existences. How could it be so easy to encounter them? Being able to see a powerhouse on the leaderboard, Suho, at such a time, everyone was naturally happy, especially when Suho came with killing intent. This killing intent was clearly targeted at Zichen. Suho stopped opposite Zichen, blocking Zichen's path. The guards below cheered loudly. Suho was a powerhouse on the leaderboard of the Imperial Sky region. He was also a hero of the Imperial Sky region. The foreign races had once stopped in front of him, and he led the army to take back the human cities. His prestige in the entire Imperial Sky region was very high. Sweeping his gaze across Zichen and landing on Lei Long, Suho said indifferently, "I let you run away last time. I didn't expect that you would dare to come here again." Hearing that, everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, the rumor that Zichen had a conflict with Suho was true. It was said that Zichen could enter the general leaderboard because he had a head-on confrontation with Suho. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Zichen could kill the black-armored city lord, but could he kill Lord Suho, a powerhouse on the kill leaderboard at this level? If Zichen killed Suho, he would be the first existence in history to kill a powerhouse on the kill leaderboard. Zichen glanced at Suho with the same gaze and said slowly, "This time, I hope you won't run away." "What did you say?" Suho's aura surged as his eyes flashed with killing intent. "I hope you won't be like a stray dog in the battle later." Zichen's tone was still calm. "You're courting death." Suho was completely enraged. The surrounding space trembled. At this moment, the brilliance flickered again. Yiming and Wharton appeared behind Suho respectively. When they saw Wharton, the people behind Zichen were all stunned and puzzled. However, killing intent surged in their eyes when they saw Yiming. "That damnable thing still dares to appear here." Man gritted his teeth and said. Yiming also saw the group of people. There was arrogance and pride on his face. "You guys really didn't break through. You haven't broken through. Yet you dare to come here and behave atrociously? Should I praise you for your ignorance or for your courage? Realms don't represent everything. Yiming, since you're here today, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Wu Xie replied coldly. Yiming smirked in mockery as killing intent filled his face. "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Yiming was already very excited about breaking through to the 9th rank and becoming a true powerhouse in the battlefield of despair. He did not expect to see Zichen and the others here, and they were all at the 8th level. This made Yiming feel even more proud and satisfied. This was a suppression in terms of cultivation level. He had the confidence to deal with any one of them. Of course, Zichen was an exception because he was Suho's. Compared to Yiming's pride and arrogance, Wharton was much too quiet. He did not say a word after he appeared, remaining silent the entire time. After seeing Wharton, Zichen's expression was as complicated as the others. The first time he saw Wharton, it was outside Sevenfold City. When he had just entered this place, Wharton was the one with the highest chance of entering the leaderboard. It was like a newcomer meeting a famous powerhouse. At that time, Wharton had saved him. After that, the Dax tribe attacked. The two met outside the forest and fought side by side, becoming friends in battle. After taking back the city, Suho was full of enmity towards Zichen, who had contributed greatly. Under such circumstances, Wharton chose to avoid him. On one side was a powerhouse on the leaderboard, and on the other side was Zichen, who had some potential. Under such circumstances, choosing to avoid him was the best choice for Wharton. He did not hold a grudge. After that, the two of them did not meet again. It was only when the soul-devouring race attacked that small world that he saw Wharton and Yiming again. If that was just a coincidence, then now that the two of them had appeared again and stood behind Suho, it was an ironclad fact. Wharton chose to follow Suho. Apart from feeling complicated, Zichen also felt a trace of disappointment. After following Suho, he obviously knew about and even participated in Suho's shady business. Wharton had already lost his conscience by colluding with the foreign races. Wharton seemed to have guessed Zichen's current feelings. He smiled faintly and replied, "Everyone should have goals in life." Zichen said, "It's not wrong to have goals, but you should also have principles." Wharton said, "Yes, you should have principles. However, when making a choice, principles are often not the most important thing." Zichen understood what Wharton meant. In the current world, for many people, their first choice would be benefits. For Wharton to be able to break through to the 9th level in just a few years, this had a lot to do with Suho, or rather, it had a lot to do with the Wang family. This was the benefit that the Wang family or Suho offered. As long as Wharton agreed, he would completely join them. Not to mention Wharton, most people would have made such a choice. The original Wharton should have been filled with righteousness, with a heart that pursued the strong. However, in the process of becoming strong, he chose a shortcut. This shortcut allowed him to break through quickly, but the premise was that he gave up everything. Zichen was a little disappointed in Wharton, but that was his choice. Zichen had no right to interfere. As for Yiming, Zichen did not even bother to look at him. The little bit of friendship between the two had already dissipated after threatening to guard the tomb. When they met again, they could only be enemies. Zichen and Wharton talked. Suho's eyes were fixed on Lei Long, but his face was getting darker and darker. This was because someone from the Wang family had already told Suho everything that had happened during this period. Ranked first on the general ranking, summoned the heavenly Thunderwings, mastered teleportation, and killed the Black Armor City Lord with one strike. As his face became darker and darker, Suho also frowned. When he was hired by the Wang family, he had some understanding of Zichen. Now that he heard that Zichen killed the Black Armor City Lord with one strike, he knew very well what Zichen was relying on: the Star Illusion Dragon Thrust. He did not expect this weapon used by a Starry Sky Supreme Sage to have such an extraordinary skill. His expression became more and more serious. However, this did not mean that he did not have a way to deal with Zichen. "How dare you come here and cause trouble? Die!" After understanding the cause and effect, Suho did not waste any more time. He just said the sentence and directly attacked. He clenched his fist and punched at Zichen. The fist was dazzling and bright, tearing through space. Knowing Zichen's attacking methods, Suho did not want to give Zichen any chance. He punched with all his strength. Seeing Suho attack, the crowd burst into cheers. Gold and silver light shone around Zichen's body. The two types of energy appeared in a balanced state. He swung his fist to meet the attack. Yin and yang lightning circled around the fist. Boom! The two fists collided. There was an explosion in the sky. The void suddenly trembled, and a violent energy ripple spread out. Manshur and the others retreated again and again. The aftermath of the energy caused their expressions to change instantly. Suho was indeed an expert on the general ranking. This attack was too powerful. As they flew back, Zichen also kept retreating. The spreading ripples were in front of him and followed him forward. And in the midst of the ripples, Suho's body shone. He followed closely and accumulated power again. Zichen, who was retreating, exploded with a dazzling silver light. Amidst the exclamations, he summoned the heavenly Thunderwings. So, his speed became even faster. In an instant, the distance between the two of them increased. A sheathed long saber appeared in Zichen's hand. He instantly drew it. 8 fused saber lights appeared in a row. Like an open fan, they emitted a bright light and slashed the violent energy ripples. Pung! Pang! The sound of explosions continued. Saber lights shattered one after another, and an even stronger force surged out. After the 8 explosions in the sky, Suho turned into a beam of light and rushed out. He punched at Zi-Chen's face. This punch was strong and ruthless. Zi-Chen's expression changed. He raised his hand to block the attack. Yin and Yang energy flowed out of his palm, forming layers of defense. Swoosh! This punch hit the palm print. However, there was no explosion of energy like before. On the palm print, the Yin and Yang energy kept rotating in a balanced manner. In the process of rotation, it dissolved the powerful force of the punch. Suho had a cold expression on his face. With a loud shout, he channeled even more power into his fist light. Then he shouted, "Explode!" The word "explode" resounded through the sky. The fist light exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying energy swept out. Zi-Chen's body was sent flying by the impact of the energy. The Yin and Yang defense around him was also constantly dissipating. Suho knew that he could not give Zi-Chen any chance in a battle like this. Once his opponent took out the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, endless trouble would await Suho. Therefore, when Zi-Chan was sent flying, he charged forward again and unleashed another powerful attack. Explosions constantly sounded in the sky. Suho and Zi-Chen turned into streaks of light and clashed. However, no matter how one looked at it, Suho had the upper hand. This was because Zi-Chan was constantly retreating. Manshur and the others watched quietly. They did not show any worry because of Zi-Chen's retreat. Suho became more and more courageous as he fought. He constantly shouted and attacked with full force. Cheers could be heard from below. They were all cheering for Suho. As expected, the first on the ranking of generals was too far away from the ranking of commanders. Sensing Suho's increasingly fierce and violent attacks, Zi-Chen smiled. Blood flowed from his mouth. The experts on the ranking of commanders were indeed powerful. However, this was the end. After sensing Suho's strength, he decided not to hold back. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, his figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared thousands of meters away. Suho coldly glanced at him and charged toward Zi-Chen. The killing intent around him did not diminish. However, when he was halfway there, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The thought of turning around and fleeing rose in his heart. This book came from the web. Read the original content first. Chapter 1690. As the two experts clashed, the violent energy surged and churned in the sky like leaden clouds, bringing with it a heavy pressure that made one's heart feel stuffy. Since the beginning, Suho had been attacking like a madman. Zi-Chen could only retreat, retreating again and again. Because of the huge gap between their realms, Zi-Chen was ultimately no match for Suho. He summoned the heavenly thunderwings and used teleportation to increase the distance between them. Zi-Chen, who had retreated far away, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with an expressionless face. Seeing that Zi-Chan was injured, the nervous guards below finally heaved a sigh of relief. In a short exchange, Zi-Chan was injured. Clearly, he was no match for Lord Suho. The outcome was decided in a few short moves. This time, Zi-Chan would ultimately be stopped outside the city because of Suho. Zi-Chan couldn't enter the city, and the guard's dignity was preserved. Next, Suho would become the hero of the entire Royal Sky region. Just as everyone was wondering if Zi-Chen would wisely escape with his subordinates at this moment, Suho didn't give Zi-Chen the chance. He actually rushed forward with surging killing intent. Suho's attitude was strange and puzzling. The potential Zi-Chen displayed was extremely great. In the future, he would definitely become the pillar of the Royal Sky region. Although it was wrong to enter the city rashly, that was only because of personal reasons. The current Zi-Chen was still on the side of the humans and belonged to the Royal Sky region. Killing such an existence was simply a huge loss to the Royal Sky region. This was like killing Long Fei before he could mature. In the future, there wouldn't be a Long Fei who could intimidate the other races and regions. Some of the insiders were excited and expectant when they saw the scene. Because of their positions, Su-ho and Zi-Chin had long been at odds with each other, to the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, the talent that Zi-Chin had displayed was truly terrifying. Now, whenever people talked about Zi-Chin, they would compare him to Su-ho. Now that the 5 great families were at odds with Zi-Chin, they naturally wouldn't let him grow. That was because back then he had single-handedly suppressed the 4 great families. In the eyes of these great families, Zi-Chin could not be allowed to grow. Therefore, Su-ho had to kill him. Under the confused, excited, and expectant gazes of the crowd, Su-ho rushed towards Zi-Chin. However, a shocking scene happened in the next moment. Su-ho, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped. Because he stopped too suddenly, his body became unstable. He staggered in the air and almost fell. Su-ho's abnormal actions caused everyone to be moved. He looked ahead at Zi-Chin and saw the power of laws surging around Zi-Chin. This power of laws caused the space to distort, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to riot. This is, seeing such a strange phenomenon, everyone's expression changed. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Other than Zi-Chen's group, all of the cultivators present were at the 9th level. Naturally, they understood what this meant. After all, everyone had experienced it before. This meant that an 8th level had broken through to the 9th level. To think that Zi-Chen would break through to the 9th level at such a moment. Su-ho stopped in his tracks. Looking at Zi-Chen, who was smiling mockingly, his face turned ugly. Others would rely on luck to break through. But looking at Zi-Chen's expression, it was clear that he could control the timing of his breakthrough. If he were to break through at such a moment, the power of laws would surge around him. He did not dare to go forward. But if Zi-Chen were to break through to the 9th level, even Su-ho, who was a powerful being on the ranking board, would not have the confidence to fight against Zi-Chen. If not for the fact that there were so many cultivators watching from below, Su-ho would definitely turn around and run for his face. He could face Zi-Chen, who was at the peak of the 8th level, but he had no confidence in Zi-Chen, who was only at the 9th level. Damn it! How could this be? Yi Ming cursed angrily, his face gloomy. Once Zi-Chen broke through, he would be invincible among those of the same level. Who could beat him? Wharton, who knew Zi-Chen's strength very well, also smiled bitterly. This time we're in big trouble. After breaking through to the 9th level, Zi-Chen's combat strength would be unimaginable. They were indeed in big trouble. He broke through. Zi-Chen actually broke through. He could kill the city lord when he was at the peak of the 8th level. Once he breaks through to the 9th level, can Lord Su-ho deal with him? He definitely can. Lord Su-ho is a powerhouse on the ranking board and is at the peak of the 9th level. How can he not deal with a 9th level Zi-Chen? Voices came from below one after another. However, the crowd, who was originally full of confidence, lost their confidence because of Zi-Chen's breakthrough. Seeing the power of laws surging around Zi-Chen, Manshur and the others were stunned at first. Then a smile appeared on their faces. Wu Xie glanced at Yi Ming and said calmly, "Now there's a good show to watch." Breaking through the 9th level of the 8th level required a lot of energy. The energy contained in the heaven and earth could not supply Zi-Chen at all. Zi-Chan waved his hand, and a large number of spirit crystals appeared and scattered around his body. These were all high-quality spirit crystals. Even in the entire Imperial Sky region, they could be considered top grade. Of course, these were made by the Tomb Keeper, and dragon blood was added to them, so the quality was even higher. As soon as they appeared, it caused a series of exclamations. Clearly, everyone was knowledgeable and could see that the spirit crystals were extraordinary. Are these all top-grade spirit crystals? Yes, they must be. Oh my God, so many top-grade spirit crystals in one go. Just as the cheers were about to erupt, The spirit crystals that were scattered around exploded one after another. The huge amount of spirit chi contained within turned into a storm, and Zichen was at the center of the storm, constantly devouring this energy. In the blink of an eye, the storm's energy was completely devoured by Zichen. However, feeling the feedback from his body, Zichen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Next, he waved his hand again. This time, other than the top-grade spirit crystals, there were also pieces of dragon crystals that contained surging energy. On each dragon crystal, there was an image of a dragon. Under the flickering light of the dragon crystals, these images of dragons were like living creatures. Those are dragon crystals. Feeling the dragon might released from the dragon crystals, 9 people spoke. Yes, they are dragon crystals. However, it is said that they are dragon crystals from a type of Western giant dragon. Someone in the know answered. The Western giant dragon in the Tomb Keeper's world had brought a great change to the entire Imperial Sky region. Most of the giant dragon crystals were supplied to the level 9 experts here, and some were even transported back to the Jianwu continent. Among the crowd, there were people who had dragon weapons, so they had some understanding of the Western giant dragon. However, the value of each dragon crystal far exceeded that of a top-grade spirit crystal. However, Zichen took out close to 100 of them at once. Such generosity was naturally shocking. No wonder the soul-devouring clan would rather fall out with us than give us the coordinates. Seeing so many dragon crystals, Suho finally understood the true value of that small world. He was shocked. An even more violent energy entered Zichen's body. The aura around Zichen began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of level 8 and entered the true level 9. At level 9, Zichen's body flashed with dazzling golden light. At the same time, there was also silver lightning as a foil. He looked like a thunder war god. His originally calm eyes had a trace of heart-palpitating indifference because of the surge of energy after the breakthrough. He had broken through. He had broken through, just like that. Many people found it hard to believe. One must know that when they broke through, they had paid a great price and spent a lot of time. However, Zichen, who had a lot of resources, had completely broken through in less than 15 minutes. Judging from the powerful energy released from his body, he had already stabilized this realm. For a moment, everyone's expression became very complicated. Zichen did not have time to care about their complicated feelings. He looked at Suho and said coldly, I said, you won't be able to leave today. Suho said with a gloomy face, you're only at the early stage of level 9. We'll see who lives and who dies in this battle. Die! Suho roared. A ball of light appeared in front of him. Then the ball of light became brighter and bigger. A violent aura was released from the ball of light. This was one of Suho's strongest attacks. When Zichen first entered the general ranking, he had experienced this move. At that time, Zichen was seriously injured and took half a year to recover. However, this time, after breaking through to level 9, he saw the same move again. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. After such a long time, Suho was still in the same place, while he had broken through again and again. Zichen did not immediately attack. He was waiting for Suho to accumulate energy, waiting for Suho to use his strongest attack. He wanted to defeat Suho when he was at his strongest. He wanted to defeat him. The ball of light became brighter and was filled with violent energy. This energy caused the space around Suho to constantly distort. A terrifying aura swept through the world. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the cultivators below changed drastically. They kept retreating towards the city gate. As expected of an expert on the general ranking, he has some tricks up his sleeve. Someone behind Zichen commented, Die. Suho's spiritual thoughts released the ball of light in front of him. With a powerful, terrifying, and destructive aura, the ball of light flew towards Zichen. In the ball of light, terrifying energy was constantly released. Wherever it passed, it met with the power of space, producing a sizzling sound. In the eyes of everyone, this was an extremely powerful attack. After seeing this, Zichen smiled disdainfully. His body shone again. Dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Golden Xingchen beads appeared on Zichen's chest one after another. There were 9 golden Xingchen beads. 8 of them had golden marks in them, which represented the limit. The last one only had a shallow mark. After the 9 Xingchen beads appeared, they were connected together like a bead. 9 Xing beads. The peak state of the Thunder King physique. An extremely powerful force rushed out of Zichen's body and into his right hand. Feeling this force, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out amidst the golden light. The golden light of the fist cut through the sky and hit the incoming ball of light. The 2 violent energies collided. Without waiting for Su Ho's spiritual thoughts, the ball of light exploded. The explosion of energy produced a terrifying wave that spread in all directions. Zichen stood motionless in the same place, letting the energy blow his robe. His expression was indifferent. When he looked at Su Ho again, he was shocked and kept retreating. Just as Zichen said after breaking through, the 2 of them were no longer on the same level. "I'll send you on your way." Chapter 1691. Giving someone the middle finger was an act of disdain, provocation, contempt, and cursing. At this moment, Zichen gave Su Ho the middle finger. Everyone looked at the sky in shock, at Zichen, and then at Su Ho, who was retreating. One move. In just one move, Su Ho was defeated and retreated, his face full of shock. Although some people had expected that Zichen would be stronger after the breakthrough, and that Su Ho might not be a match for him. However, no one expected Zichen to be so powerful. He was so powerful that he defeated Lord Su Ho, the most powerful person in 1,000 years, with just one move. Under the disbelieving gazes of the crowd, Zichen gave Su Ho the middle finger. In their eyes, this was a provocation, and also Zichen was expressing his disdain. He could completely look down on Su Ho by defeating the enemy in one move. In the face of this humiliating action, the anger on Su Ho's face intensified. Manshur and the others did not think that Zichen's finger was just to humiliate Su Ho, because Zichen was not that bored. Moreover, Su Ho, who was defeated in one move, did not need to be humiliated at all. Sure enough, Zichen's finger just now was not a boring action, but a real battle skill. Thunder King Finger, a king-level battle skill taught by the Thunder's sacred beast. The sky trembled, and a fingerprint emitting the light of thunder descended from the sky, heading straight for Su Ho. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept through the world, and the huge fingerprint pressed down like a mountain, causing the expressions of the cultivators at the city gate to change. Facing this finger, they felt as if they were facing the power of heaven. It was too terrifying. However, this finger was not targeted at them, but at Su Ho in the sky. Even though they were so far away, the aftermath of the fingerprint made their expressions change. What could Su Ho, the target of the fingerprint, do in the face of this attack? The anger on Su Ho's face turned into horror again. The fingerprint that descended from the sky had completely locked onto his aura, and a huge spatial pressure appeared, causing Su Ho to be unable to mobilize the power of space around him. At this moment, facing the fingerprint, he only had one choice, and that was to resist. He couldn't even escape. Drink! Unable to retreat, Su Ho roared into the sky, and his armor burst out with a dazzling light. He clenched his fists and blocked the attack. As his arms collided, the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and a defensive light shield appeared. Ever since he became a powerhouse on the list, Su Ho couldn't remember how long it had been since he used this all-out defensive move. But now, facing Zichen, who had just entered the 9th stage, He actually had to defend with all his might. Sure enough, the younger generation was better than the older generation. He was the first in 1,000 years, but he was overshadowed by Zichen, who had the potential to be on par with Long Fei. Before Marquis Su could feel any more emotions, the finger seal fell and then exploded. Tens of thousands of thunderous booms instantly rang out in the world. The thunderous power from the exploded fingerprints landed on Su Ho's defense like a huge wave. Bang! Su Ho only managed to hold on for a breath before the defense around his body shattered. Then the power of lightning drowned Su Ho. A ball of lightning fell from the sky like a meteor, accompanied by Su Ho's terrified screams. The thunderous light landed heavily on the ground, and the earth shook violently, sending smoke and dust everywhere. A huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the center of the pit, Su Ho lay there, his body covered with wounds caused by the power of lightning. His eyes were filled with horror. Just as his body moved, there were cracking sounds. The cracks on his armor began to spread, and finally it exploded with a loud bang. How could this be? Looking at Su Ho's appearance, everyone was dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Su Ho, who was known as the most powerful person in 1,000 years, was defeated just like that and so thoroughly. Although Su Ho was not dead yet, he had almost no strength to fight anymore. Zichen's attack was too powerful. Zichen stood in the air, looking down at Su Ho with an indifferent expression. This scene was similar to when Su Ho looked at him when he broke into the city. However, there was no hostility in Zichen's eyes, only murderous intent. He didn't like killing, but when it was time to kill, he would never hesitate. Su Ho in front of him was someone he must kill. He took a step forward, and in a flash he was above the deep pit. He looked down at Su Ho and said, "Do you have any last words?" Su Ho smiled miserably as he looked at Zichen with eyes full of resentment. "Zichen, although you've won today, don't be too proud. You've provoked an existence that you shouldn't have provoked. Sooner or later you'll die." Zichen said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that. In short, the grudge between you and me is that I'm standing and you're lying down. Next, I will live and you will die." Su Ho only stared coldly at Zichen. Zichen looked at Su Ho and said, "As an expert on the ranking, you have a great reputation in the Royal Sky region. Everyone is looking at you like they're looking at a god. Just a moment ago, everyone was filled with anticipation for you, cheering because of your victory. But now you are no match for them and you are about to die, but no one is standing up for you. As for the Wang family you are loyal to, no one is coming either. Maybe after you die, the Wang family will come to negotiate with me and push all the blame on you." The expression on Su Ho's cold face changed. Zichen said mockingly, "In the eyes of the Wang family, you are just a dog." "No one will care about a dog." Su Ho started to vomit blood. It was unknown whether it was from anger or not. "All right, it's time to end this." Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he was ready to kill. At this moment, the city in front of them suddenly trembled, and golden light appeared in the city. Soon, the golden light filled the entire city. That is, seeing the golden light filling the entire city, everyone's expression changed. They had a vague guess in their hearts. The ranking has changed. There is a change in the martial ranking. Lord Su Ho's name is lit up. Soon, loud shouts rang out from within the city. When the people outside the city heard this, they fell silent. Su Ho was defeated, and Zichen had broken through to the 9th level. Now that the ranking was changed, it naturally meant that Su Ho had failed, and Zichen had entered the ranking. Now, Zichen had replaced Su Ho and became the true expert on the ranking. For a moment, everyone looked at Zichen with complicated gazes. Zichen lowered his head and looked at Su Ho, saying, "Did you hear that? Your name has been removed from the ranking." Su Ho's resentful gaze gradually turned into hatred. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something vicious, but in the next moment he coughed violently. Suho coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and in the end he couldn't catch his breath. His head tilted and he died. Zi-chan looked at Suho in shock. He dared to guarantee that Suho was not killed, but angered to death. So he is so narrow-minded, Zi-chen murmured. He then raised his head and looked ahead. There were many guards there, as well as a lot of ninth heavenly layer cultivators. But when they met Zi-chen's gaze, they all looked away, not daring to look at him. Those guards who were surging with murderous intent seemed to have suffered a huge blow because of Suho's death, and their murderous intent disappeared. Zi-chen stepped in the air and walked forward. The group of cultivators subconsciously retreated, while the guards' expressions changed, and they all looked at the leaders. The leaders' expressions were ugly, and their gazes were constantly changing. It was obvious that they were in a dilemma. Suddenly, Zi-chen, who was walking forward, stopped, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He turned around and glanced indifferently at Suho's corpse. A golden bolt of lightning appeared between his brows and went straight for Suho. He didn't even let the corpse go. How much hatred did they have? The golden bolt of lightning swept toward Suho, followed by a shrill scream. Hearing this scream, everyone was dumbfounded. Zi-chen, on the other hand, smiled mockingly. A powerhouse who is only second to the Emperor's stage can be angered to death like this. No one was not afraid of death, and Suho was the same. He knew that he was no match for Zi-chen, but he chose to use this method to survive. It was a pity that Zi-chen noticed it. After killing Suho completely, a light flashed behind him. Wu Xia went forward to clean up the battlefield. Zi-chen, on the other hand, looked up at the sky. There were 2 people standing there, but now they were gone. Zi-chen did not have the mood to care about where Yi-ming and Wharton went. He headed in the direction of the city. Everyone, a leader, suddenly raised his hand and shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, a powerful aura rushed out from Zi-chen's body. This aura went straight for the leader, causing him to stop what he was about to say. Roar! A loud dragon's roar was heard. The thunder dragon flew over from behind, and endless dragon's might spread. Feeling this vast and suffocating dragon's might, many people felt their legs go weak, and they could not even stand properly. Few people could resist the dragon's might. Zi-chen strode forward. Swoosh! However, there was also a powerhouse among the guards. He broke free from the dragon's might and rushed toward Zi-chen, shouting at the same time, "You are not allowed to enter the city." Uft! As soon as he finished speaking, Zi-chen used 2 fingers to form a sword and slashed forward. A golden sword aura cut open the guard's body, separating his body and armor. A powerhouse in the middle of the 9th tier died. Zi-chen stepped forward again. His pace was neither fast nor slow. The second person broke free from the dragon's might and attacked Zi-chen from afar. Zi-chen slashed again, and the golden sword aura moved forward, easily destroying this attack. At the same time, it fell on the other person, breaking his defense and killing him. Another attack and another person died. The cultivators and guards' faces were full of shock and fear. At this moment, Zi-chen was really too terrifying. Zi-chen's expression was calm as he slowly stepped forward. A leader whose expression changed finally made up his mind. He shouted, "Protect the city!" With a loud shout, he rushed toward Zi-chen. However, before he could reach Zi-chen, a golden light flashed, and this late-stage 9th tier powerhouse was split into 2. In the sky, the dragon's might dissipated. More people could not hold on and directly fell to the ground. And below, step by step, they walked towards the city. It was now very clear that all those who tried to stop Zi-chen would not be able to make a second move, unless they were existences like Suho. However, there were still people who rushed out, fearless. However, no one knew what the real purpose of these people was, as another leader died, An indifferent voice finally sounded, "That's enough!" The space shook slightly, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Chapter 1692. As the two experts clashed, violent energy surged and rolled in the sky like leaden clouds, bringing with it an oppressive feeling that made one's chest feel stuffy. From the start, Su Ho had been attacking in a frenzy. Zi Chen could only retreat again and again. Due to the huge difference in cultivation level, Zi Chen was ultimately no match for Su Ho. He summoned the heavenly thunderwings and used teleportation to increase the distance between them. Zi Chen, who had retreated far away, had blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off with his hand expressionlessly. Seeing that Zi Chen was injured, the nervous guards below finally heaved a sigh of relief. In just a short exchange, Zi Chen was injured. It was obvious that he was no match for Lord Su Ho, who was on the ranking list. The outcome was decided in just a few moves. This time, Zi Chen would be stopped outside the city because of Su Ho. Zi Chen couldn't enter the city, and the guard's dignity was preserved. Su Ho would become the hero of the entire Imperial Sky region. Just as everyone was wondering if Zi Chen would wisely escape with his subordinates at this moment, Su Ho did not give Zi Chen the chance to do so. Instead, he rushed forward with a murderous aura. Su Ho's attitude was strange and incomprehensible. Zi Chen had shown great potential. He would definitely become the pillar of the Imperial Sky region in the future. Although it was wrong to enter the city rashly, it was only because of personal reasons. Right now, Zi Chen was still on the side of the humans and belonged to the Imperial Sky region. Killing such an existence would be a huge loss to the Imperial Sky region. It was like killing Long Fei before he could grow. In the future, there wouldn't be a Long Fei who could intimidate the other races and regions. Some of the insiders were excited and expectant when they saw this scene. Because of their positions, Su Ho and Zi Chen had been at odds for a long time. It was to the point where they would fight to the death. Moreover, the talent that Zi Chen had shown was truly terrifying. Now, when people talked about Zi Chen, they would compare him to Long Fei. Now that the 5 great clans were at odds with Zi Chen, they naturally wouldn't allow him to grow. Because back then, Long Fei had relied on his own strength to suppress the 4 great clans to the point that they didn't have any temper. In the eyes of these great families, Zi Chen couldn't be allowed to grow. Therefore, Su Ho had to kill him. Under the confused, excited, and expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Ho rushed towards Zi Chen. However, a shocking scene occurred in the next moment. Su Ho, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped. Because he stopped too abruptly, his body became unstable. He staggered in the air and almost fell. Su Ho's abnormal actions caused everyone to be moved. He looked ahead at Zi Chen and saw the power of rules surging around Zi Chen. The power of rules caused the space to distort and caused the spiritual power of heaven and earth to riot. Everyone's expression changed when they saw such a phenomenon. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Apart from Zi Chen's group, the rest of the cultivators present were all at the 9th level. Of course, they understood what this situation meant, because everyone had experienced it before. This represented the breakthrough of the 8th tier to the 9th tier. Zi Chen actually began to break through to the 9th level at such a time. Su Ho stopped and looked at Zi Chen, who had a playful smile on his face. His expression gradually turned ugly. Others' breakthroughs relied on opportunities, but judging from Zi Chen's expression, it was obvious that he could control the time of his breakthrough at will. If he broke through at such a time, the power of rules would surge around him. He didn't dare to go forward. However, once Zi Chen successfully broke through to the 9th level, even Su Ho, who was a powerhouse on the list, had no confidence in fighting against Zi Chen. If it weren't for the many cultivators watching below, Su Ho would definitely turn around and run for his face. He could face Zi Chen, who was at the peak of the 8th level, but he had no confidence in Zi Chen, who was at the early 9th level. Damn it, how did this happen? Yi Ming cursed angrily with a gloomy expression. Once Zi Chen broke through, he would be almost invincible among those of the same level. Who could beat him? Wharton, who knew Zi Chen's strength very well, also smiled bitterly. This time, we're in big trouble. After breaking through to the 9th level, Zi Chen's combat strength would be unimaginable. They were indeed in big trouble. He broke through. Zi Chen actually broke through. He could kill the city lord when he was at the peak of the 8th level. Once he breaks through to the 9th level, can Lord Suho deal with him? He definitely can. Lord Su is a powerhouse on the list and is at the peak of the 9th level. How can he not deal with Zi Chen, who's only at the 9th level? Voices came from below one after another. However, the people who were originally full of confidence lost their confidence because of Zi Chen's breakthrough. Seeing the power of rules surging around Zi Chen, Manshur and the rest were stunned at first. Then a smile appeared on their faces. Wu Xia glanced at Yi Ming and said calmly, "Now there's a good show to watch." Breaking through the 9th level required a huge amount of energy. The energy contained in heaven and earth couldn't supply Zi Chen at all. Zi Chen waved his hand, and a large number of spirit crystals appeared and scattered around his body. These were all high-quality spirit crystals. Even in the entire Imperial Sky region, they could be considered top grade. Naturally, these were made by the Tomb Keeper. Dragon's blood was added to them, so the quality was even higher. As soon as they appeared, it caused a series of exclamations. Clearly, everyone was knowledgeable and could tell that the spirit crystals were extraordinary. Are these all supreme-grade spirit crystals? Yes, they must be. Oh my God, he took out so many supreme-grade spirit crystals at once. Amidst the cheers, the spirit crystals scattered around exploded one after another. The enormous spiritual power contained in them turned into a storm. Zi Chen was at the center of the storm, constantly devouring the energy. In the blink of an eye, the storm's power was completely devoured by Zi Chen. However, sensing the feedback from his body, Zi Chen frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Next, he waved his hand again. This time, apart from the supreme-grade spirit crystals, there were also pieces of dragon crystals that contained surging energy. There was a dragon's shadow on each dragon crystal. Under the flickering light of the dragon crystals, the dragon's shadows seemed to be alive. Those are dragon crystals? Feeling the dragons might released from the dragon crystals, 9 people asked. Yes, they are dragon crystals. However, it is said that they are dragon crystals from a type of Western giant dragon. Someone in the know answered. The Western giant dragon in the world of Guardian Tomb had brought great changes to the entire Imperial Sky region. Most of the giant dragon crystals were supplied to the level 9 experts here, and some were even transported back to the Jianwu continent. Among the crowd, there were people who had dragon weapons, so they had some understanding of the Western giant dragon. However, the value of each dragon crystal far exceeded that of supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Zi Chen took out nearly 100 of them at once. Such generosity was naturally shocking. No wonder the soul-devouring clan would rather fall out with us than give us the coordinates. Seeing so many dragon crystals, Suho finally understood the true value of that small world. He was shocked. An even more violent energy entered Zi Chen's body. The aura around Zi Chen began to surge. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of level 8 and entered the true level 9. The level 9 Zi Chen's body flashed with a dazzling golden light. At the same time, there was silver lightning as a contrast, making him look like a thunder war god. His originally calm eyes had a trace of heart-palpitating indifference because of the surge of energy after the breakthrough. He had broken through, just like that. Many people found it hard to believe. One must know that when they broke through, they had paid a great price and spent a lot of time. However, Zi Chen, who had a lot of resources had completely broken through in less than 15 minutes. From the powerful energy released from his body, he had already stabilized this realm. For a moment, everyone's expression became very complicated. Zichen didn't have the time to care about the complicated feelings of the crowd. He looked at Su Ho and said coldly, "I said, you won't be able to leave today." Su Ho said with a gloomy face, "You are merely at the early stage of level 9. We will see who will live and who will die in this battle." "Die!" Su Ho roared, and a ball of light appeared in front of him. Then the ball of light became brighter and bigger, and a violent aura was released from the ball of light. This was one of Su Ho's strongest attacks. When Zichen first entered the general ranking, he had experienced this move. At that time, Zichen had been seriously injured, and it took half a year for him to recover. However, this time, after breaking through to level 9, he saw the same move again. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. After such a long time, Su Ho was still in the same place, while he had broken through again and again. Zichen didn't immediately attack. He was waiting for Su Ho to accumulate energy, waiting for Su Ho to unleash his strongest attack. He wanted to defeat Su Ho when he was at his strongest. He wanted to crush him. The ball of light became brighter and brighter, filled with violent energy. This energy caused the space around Su Ho to constantly distort, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the cultivators below changed drastically, and they continuously retreated towards the city gate. As expected of an expert on the general ranking, he has some tricks up his sleeve. Someone behind Zichen commented, "Die." Su Ho's spiritual sense released the ball of light in front of him. With a powerful, terrifying, and destructive aura, the ball of light flew towards Zichen. Within the ball of light, a terrifying energy was constantly released. Wherever it passed, it collided with the power of space, producing a sizzling sound. In the eyes of the crowd, this was an extremely powerful attack, but after seeing this, Zichen laughed disdainfully, and his body lit up again. A dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Golden Xing Qin beads appeared one after another in front of Zichen's chest. There were 9 golden Xing Qin beads. 8 of them had golden marks, which represented the limit, and the last one only had a faint mark. After the 9 Xing Qin beads appeared, they were connected together like a bead. 9 stars aligned beads. The Thunder King Physique's peak state. An extremely powerful energy rushed out of Zichen's body and into his right hand. Feeling this energy, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out amidst the golden light. The golden fist pierced through the sky and hit the ball of light flying towards him. The 2 violent energies collided. Without waiting for Su Ho's spiritual sense to transmit, the ball of light exploded. The huge explosion of energy produced a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Zichen stood motionless on the spot, allowing the energy to blow at his robe. His expression was indifferent. He looked at Su Ho, who was in shock and kept retreating. Just as Zichen said after breakthrough, the 2 of them were no longer on the same level in terms of combat power. "I'll send you on your way." Looking at Su Ho, who was flying backwards, Zichen's indifferent voice sounded. In the next moment, he raised his middle finger at Su Ho and flipped it downwards. Chapter 1693. When one's understanding of space reached a certain level, they would be able to travel through many spaces through their understanding of space. This technique was called teleportation. In the outside world, domain realm experts had their own domain world, and the range of their domain world was the range of their teleportation. However, in this world, the domain world was isolated by the laws. Apart from the innate soul devourers, there were very few people who could teleport. Every single one of them who could teleport was undoubtedly a true powerhouse. Zi Chen could only teleport by summoning the heavenly thunder wings. But this person who suddenly appeared in front of him clearly used his own method to teleport. In terms of comprehension of space, he was much stronger than Zi Chen. Zi Chen had killed Su Ho in 2 moves, but this person still dared to appear. His combat strength must be higher than Su Ho's, and of course he was also an expert on the list. The other party was a middle-aged man. He did not have any armor on him. Instead, he wore a water-patterned blue robe. His face was sickly pale. After he teleported, he had been staring at Zi Chen. His long and narrow eyes were like those of a venomous snake. It was obvious that this was a strong cultivator who had the confidence to deal with Zi Chen. However, none of the cultivators and guards below knew who he was. Zi Chen sensed his strength, but he wasn't afraid. After successfully breaking through to the 9th level, Zi Chen didn't fear anyone in the same realm. As for realm lords who were 1 level higher than him, there didn't seem to be any in this world. Killing so many people isn't enough. The blue-robed man stared at Zi Chen and said indifferently. Zi Chen replied indifferently, "This is a grudge between me and the 5 great families. They wanted to be big shots and stick their heads out. They deserve to die." "Humph, you killed so many people and still speak so confidently." The blue-robed man waved his sleeve and said, "You can leave. You're not allowed to enter the city in the future." The people below were surprised. They were all wondering who this person was, daring to speak to Zi Chen with such an attitude. Zi Chen's face had a hint of ridicule. "You clearly have killing intent in your heart. Why are you pretending? What nonsense are you spouting? There is no enmity between us, so why would I kill you?" The blue-robed man frowned. Zi Chen curled his lips in disdain and said, "This is a human city. Why can't I enter? And why are you stopping me from entering?" The blue-robed man's face became gloomier and gloomier. He seemed to be saying that Zi Chen was too unappreciative. "I don't care who you are on the list, and I don't care what your motives are. This time it's a grudge between me and the 5 great clans. It has nothing to do with you. As for what grudge it is, it's very simple. They've been oppressing me and they've been thinking about me. I've been enduring, and now I have the ability to kill my way back." Zi Chen scanned the crowd and said, "Next, whoever gets in my way will be my enemy. My usual way of dealing with my enemies is to kill without mercy." A commotion broke out in the crowd. As 9th-tier cultivators, they naturally knew about the 5 great clans. Being bullied by such clans was a common thing, so they naturally believed Zi Chen's words. There were many people among them who had experienced the same thing. At this moment, after hearing Zi Chen's words, they faintly rejoiced in his misfortune. This was also retribution. In a place where geniuses were born, those arrogant clans might suffer great loss because they provoked an existence they shouldn't have. 10,000 years ago, Long Fei was like this, and now Zi Chen was like this. They felt a killing intent from Zi Chen's body. This killing intent was firm. Even if the entire city wanted to stop him, he would still kill without mercy. Such big words. Don't think that you're a true expert just because you're on the list. Because Zi Chen didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, the blue-robed man became angry. "I've never thought that I'm an expert, and I don't think that you're an expert either. Since you don't put the list in your eyes, you must be on the list. I wonder what your rank is and what your name is." "Who FO?" As the blue-robed man's powerful voice fell, it unsurprisingly caused an even greater commotion. "Who FO?" An expert on the list, ranked 78th. In the past 1,000 years, only one person was able to enter the list, and that was Su Ho, who was killed by Zi Chen. As for the other experts on the list, they were all people from 10,000 years ago. They were existences from the same era as Long Fei. During that era, there were many geniuses and experts. To be able to occupy a place on the list was enough to prove Hu Fo's strength. Hearing the discussions about Hu Fo, Zi Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Only 78th. Seeing how arrogant you are, I always thought that you were in the top 10. Good, good, good. Since you don't put me in your eyes, then let me see what you're capable of. Huefo was so angry that his entire body trembled. From the moment you appeared, you wanted to kill me, but I didn't know you before. As you said, we have no enmity between us, but you wanted to kill me the moment you appeared. I guess it's because of Lei Long coincidentally. I don't like people like you, so I'll just kill you along the way and increase my ranking. Zichen's words made Hufo's heart skip a beat. He didn't expect Zichen to be so smart, directly guessing his intentions. 10,000 Ghost Shadow. Huefo didn't say anything else, and raised his hand to send out a palm strike. A black palm print appeared in the sky. The palm print covered the sky and emitted a powerful aura. Under the palm print, ghostly shadows swirled around, as if 10,000 ghosts were dancing. This was one of Hufo's few powerful attacks. He had great confidence in this attack. Even if it couldn't seriously injure Zichen, it wouldn't be a problem for him to restrain Zichen. Looking at the ghostly palm print, Zichen couldn't help but sneer with disdain. The energy in his body was lightning. Huefo couldn't be more stupid to use this move against him. Golden light flashed, and the 9 stars connected again. Zichen punched out. The dazzling fist light emitted an endless power of lightning. It went against the heavens and hit the palm print. Boom! The fist light exploded, and the power of lightning surged. As soon as the ghostly shadows touched the lightning, they let out shrill screams and dissipated. The ghostly shadows were annihilated by the lightning in an instant, and then the palm print exploded. The pitch-black energy dissipated quickly as if it had met its nemesis. Hufo's already pale face looked even paler, and his expression gradually became gloomy. Only by experiencing it firsthand did he know how powerful Zichen's attack was. After that, Zichen raised his middle finger at Huefo, just like how he dealt with Suho. In the sky, the Thunder King's fingerprint fell from the sky, and with a terrifying aura, it locked onto Huefo and went straight for him. Hufo's body glowed, and he shouted again, "Ghostly fist!" A huge black fist light appeared, and there were thousands of ghostly shadows in it. One could also hear the cries of ghosts. The black light lingered, covering the sky and the sun. When Suho faced Zichen's attack, he could only defend and not attack, but Huefo could still attack. It was obvious that he was much stronger than Suho, but it was useless. The power of lightning restrained all evil. Boom! The Thunder King's fingerprint fell from the sky, and the light of lightning surged, instantly shattering the black fist light. At the same time, the fingerprint went straight for Hufo's heart. Bang! With a loud bang, Huefo was directly sent flying. While flying, the defense around him weakened layer by layer. After retreating hundreds of meters and dissolving all the power of lightning, he couldn't hold it in anymore and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Below, everyone was shocked. Zichen, who had just broken through, was so powerful that he injured Huefo, who was ranked 78th in 2 moves. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Huefo said coldly, "If you don't have more powerful means, you will die next." As he spoke, the black light around him began to linger again, and as the black light lingered, his body gradually turned illusory, and then turned into a huge illusory shadow. This shadow was irregular, and there were 2 glowing points in it like eyes. This was both a demonic shadow and a ghostly shadow, and it looked very evil. Huefo, who had completely turned into a shadow, was surrounded by an evil aura. After feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. At this moment, thousands of ghosts surrounded him like guards. Well, this is a shadow. At the back, among Mansher's group, Hidden Fog frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and then he carefully looked at the irregular shadow. Zichen, you should be proud that you can force me to use my ghostly body when you have just broken through to level 9. From the tall shadow came an evil voice. The black light was still spreading, and there was no light in the world, only endless black light filling the world. In the black light, thousands of ghosts were swimming and crying, and the atmosphere was eerie. Many people felt their hair stand on end, and they felt as if they had entered the legendary hell. However, in the next moment, a bright light appeared in this pitch-black world. This was a golden light, like the rising golden sun, and it tore through the darkness and illuminated the world. From the golden sun, rays of golden light shot out, and the light scattered in all directions. The golden sun was Zi-Chin, and the golden light was the saber light. There were a total of 81 rays, and they scattered in all directions. The creepy cries of ghosts all around turned into mournful screams, and the ghostly shadows dissipated under the saber light. The energy of the advancing saber light rapidly weakened, and when it reached its limit, it directly shattered, and the power of thunder produced after the shattering caused a lot of damage. The 81 rays of saber light disappeared, and half of the world had returned to normal, while the other half was pitch black, and in the darkness was Hu Fo's tall, ghostly shadow. His 2 glowing eyes were filled with resentment. The thousands of ghosts that had just disappeared appeared again in the next moment, and then continued to seal the world. Just as the sky was shrouded in darkness, the crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. 9 saber lights appeared in front of Zi-Chin, and each of them was a fused saber light. The 9 saber lights gathered together, and like an open folding fan, they extended forward. Wherever the saber light passed, the darkness was cut open, and it headed straight for Hu Fo. Bang! With a loud bang, the golden saber light hit Hu Fo, and his originally illusory body suddenly became solid, and then he was sent flying. The boundless black light in the world dissipated in an instant. Hu Fo flew backward and landed on the ground, his face full of shock. He did not expect that he would still be no match for Zi-Chin even after using his strongest technique. Zi-Chin glanced at Hu Fo and shook his head in disappointment. Hu Fo's energy happened to be restrained by him, and the combat strength he displayed was only a little stronger than Su Ho's. Just as he shook his head, Lei Long flashed up and stared at Hu Fo. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of dragon flames. Chapter 1694. The Thunder Dragon was no longer a weapon soul, but a true Thunder Dragon. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of dragon flames. Dragon flames were lightning, and there was also fire within. It was a flame that carried lightning, the thunder fire. The thunder fire covered a large area and contained a terrifying destructive power. It instantly spread and enveloped Hu Fo. The Thunder Dragon's attack also had the special effect of sealing space. Hu Fo had nowhere to run. Facing the surrounding dragon flames, he could only do his best to put up a defense. Under the thunder fire's continuous destruction, Hu Fo's defense quickly crumbled, and a cry of despair rang out. Hearing the cry that reverberated between heaven and earth, everyone's heart trembled. Zi-Chin, who had already expected this, was expressionless. The thunder fire was extinguished, and a charred corpse appeared on the ground. It was the 78th ranked Hu Fo. Hu Fo was dead. He had died under the dragon's breath. However, the moment Hu Fo died, Zi-Chin sensed many energy fluctuations from the city. These energy fluctuations were very strong, all stronger than Hu Fo. Clearly, these were all experts on the list. Zhang Yongxi had once said that he would arrange everything. Other than Su Ho, no other experts on the list would be allowed to appear. However, Zhang Yongxi had already appeared, and now there were so many experts in the city. This made Zi-Chin frown involuntarily, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, these fluctuations disappeared without a trace. Hu Fo's corpse was there. However, everyone still felt like they were in a dream. It was unreal. 2 powerful experts on the martial list had died in a single day. At this moment, the city ahead suddenly shook, and a dazzling golden light once again enveloped the entire city. This was another change on the list. As expected, Zichen's ranking jumped from 100th to 78th. With 2 experts on the list dead, a difficult problem was placed in front of the guards. Should they let Zichen in or not? If they let him in, they would definitely be punished. However, if they didn't, based on Zichen's attitude, whoever blocked them would die. Zichen took a step forward, and all the guards took a step back, fear in their eyes. They wanted to stop him, but Zichen was too strong. Even an expert like Su, who could not see through life and death, let alone them. Thus, a scene that shocked all the cultivators appeared. Zichen had single-handedly fought against an entire city. The group of guards retreated again and again. Behind them was the city gate, and they had nowhere else to go. Now, almost everyone's faces were filled with fear as they stared at Zichen. "Those who stand in my way die." Zichen's indifferent voice reverberated in the air. Life and death could be decided in an instant. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Many people already had thoughts of escaping. At this moment of life and death, the order to withdraw was finally issued from the city. The group of guards heaved a huge sigh of relief and dispersed with a whoosh. They no longer dared to obstruct Zichen, this malefic star. Just like that, the city gate was left empty. With the power of one person against the entire city, it was actually the entire city that was avoiding him. Zichen walked towards the center of the city. Lei Long's body shrunk rapidly, turning into a lightning belt that wrapped around Zichen's waist. Manshur and the rest followed, closely behind with faint smiles on their faces. Along the way, everyone looked at Zichen with awe and veneration. Zichen's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Royal Sky region today, not only in the battlefield of despair, but also in the 7-Mansion Alliance's Royal Sky region. After stepping into the 9th level and entering the martial rankings, Zichen had already become a true expert. An existence of this level was worthy of the 7-Mansion Alliance's attention. After entering the city, Zichen did not hold back at all. The 12 of them split up and headed straight for the properties of the 5 great clans. "You guys are going against the entire human race. Zichen, you've gone too far. You'll definitely suffer retribution. You guys rely on your strength. Instead of dealing with the foreign races, you guys attacked your own people. You'll all die a horrible death." During the plundering, there would be some cultivators loyal to the 5 great clans who resisted. However, none of them survived. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. After hearing those voices and killing these people, Zichen replied indifferently. Indeed, the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. The winner was the principal. Actually, in the eyes of others, this was just a show. There was no righteousness to speak of. It was nothing more than you rob me, and I rob you. The guards in the city did not appear again, even though there were many shouts of killing in the city. Because of Zichen's group's plundering, the entire city seemed to be in chaos. However, it was actually still orderly. The only ones in chaos were the properties of the 5 great clans. One had to admit that Schenker's information was very accurate. There was no error at all. If someone were to take advantage of the chaos to plunder the shops of the 5 great clans, they would discover that the guards had disappeared. They would instantly appear and deal with these troublemakers. Wherever Zichen went, no one dared to stop him. Of course, no one dared to stop him from plundering. However, when it came to Xuantian's group, there were many cultivators who tried to stop them. After all, Xuantian's group was only at the peak of the 8th layer, while the weakest here was at the early stage of the 9th layer. Zichen chose to split up the group of 12 with the intention of training them. Because everyone was about the same level, they only lacked an opportunity to break through. During the course of the battle, everyone used their full strength. That kind of decisiveness in killing shocked many people. However, compared to the shock brought by Zichen, the others were much weaker. Thus, the group of ninth-layer cultivators began to break through. Buzz! Xuantian's body trembled. The rules descended from the sky. He looked at the group of ninth-layer cultivators in front of him with a smug and cruel smile. The ninth layer has broken through. The group of ninth-layer cultivators was stunned. Then their faces turned ugly. Shantian was already powerful. Once he broke through, his combat strength was even more unimaginable. Sure enough, during the process of breaking through, the entire martial ranking shook. There was one more name in the empty spot of the 100th place. Shantian. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. He had not broken through, but he had already entered the martial ranking. The 100th place was equivalent to the former Su Ho. However, Shantian in front of them was only at the early stage of the 9th layer. Could he be the next Ziqin? With the rules on his body, Shantian began to break through. His breakthrough was the same as Ziqin's. He needed a huge amount of power. This power could not be supplied by the energy of heaven and earth. He could only rely on himself. With Ziqin as a precedent, Shantian took out a large number of supreme-grade spirit crystals and many dragon crystals. These crystals exploded into a huge amount of energy, which was all absorbed by Shantian. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, Shantian smiled coldly and made a powerful attack. Boom! With a loud bang, more than a dozen 9th-layer cultivators were annihilated under this attack. Just as the crowd was shocked and watched Shantian enter a large store, the martial ranking changed again. The 100th name of Shantian shone again, and then began to jump. This jump was a total of 15 names, and he was ranked 85th. Having just entered the 9th layer, he was already ranked 85th, squeezing out many peak 9th layer cultivators. Xuantian's battle prowess was astounding. To enter the martial ranking, one had to rely on the rules of the world. He relied on his own attacks, and after analysis by the rules, his ranking was determined by his battle prowess. Evidently, Xuantian's attack just now was qualified to enter the 85th place after analysis by the rules. While Shantian was breaking through, Manshur, who transformed into a steel giant, also broke through. After his breakthrough, his attacks became even more powerful. Similarly, with just one attack, his ranking began to jump up to the 84th position. However, Manshur didn't stay in that position for too long before he was pushed down by Fortune Teller. As a titled cultivator of Destiny City, Fortune Teller's strength was undeniable. Comparatively speaking, the last titled cultivator, Hidden Mist, wasn't as strong. His methods were all focused on a single shadow. His attacks weren't that strong compared to the rest, but he had no problem entering the martial ranking. Next was Wuxia. He used the Eye of Death, but still couldn't surpass Manshur's full strength. This was quite a pity. Golden light flashed continuously throughout the city as one law after another descended. Faced with the attacks of so many 9th-level experts, everyone had reached their limits and broken through. After breaking through, everyone was able to enter the martial ranking. The martial ranking, which had remained unchanged for many years, was undergoing frequent changes today. Some people couldn't enter it their entire lives, but Manshur and the others were already on the ranking as soon as they broke through. This huge gap shocked everyone and made them feel incomparably disappointed. Including Ziqin, all 12 of them were on the martial ranking. Among them, Ziqin was the highest at 78th place. If he could rank 78th when he'd just entered the 9th level, then once Ziqin reached the peak of the 9th level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take first place. Today, not only had they witnessed Ziqin's rise, but they'd also witnessed the rise of Ziqin's 11 followers. After the 11 of them entered the martial ranking, no voices of resistance could be heard in the city. The voices that had been criticizing Ziqin's group were also gone. The experts of the 5 houses retreated, as if they'd accepted their fate. Thus, the plundering came to an end. After that, the 12 gathered again, all of them in the 9th level. How's the harvest? Asked Zichen. Wu Xie shook his head, slightly disappointed. We only found one piece of emperor-level material in each shop. The harvest wasn't as great as we expected. Zichen smiled faintly. It seems that they'd already expected this and took away all the good stuff. How is that possible? If that's the case, why were we still able to find emperor-level materials? Of course, it's to ease the tension between the two sides. At this moment, Zichen's potential wasn't any weaker than Long Fei's, and he'd clearly grown. Under such circumstances, if the 5 houses still couldn't see the situation clearly, they'd be pure fools. Leaving some materials in each shop was actually to express their goodwill to Zichen. Bah! It's too late to express goodwill now. Mansher was very disdainful when he understood the meaning. At this moment, a peak 9th level expert came over. Looking at Zichen's group, he said, "You're Zichen. My master wants you to go over." Zichen turned around and glanced at him. Chapter 1695. These words attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at this uninvited guest with dissatisfaction on their faces. The 12 people present were all experts on the rankings. Although their current rankings weren't very high, they were all existences with enormous potential. Given some time, let alone a mere 54, they would be able to pull down even the 24th or 14th ranked experts. This subordinate of the 54th ranked expert had an arrogant demeanor and a tone that made people very unhappy. "What did you just say?" Zichen stared at the other party. Being stared at by Zichen made this Jucheng, who was used to seeing big scenes, feel somewhat nervous. However, he forced himself to focus and said, "My lord is calling for you. He has something to discuss. He's ranked 54th on the martial rankings." As if worried that his previous words didn't carry enough weight, Jucheng emphasized, 54th is much higher than 78th. It seems that there's a need to raise my ranking. Upon hearing Zichen's mutterings, the arrogant Jucheng's expression changed greatly. He wasn't sure if Zichen had the strength to challenge his lord, but since he dared to say such a thing, even if he didn't attack, it was clear that he was dissatisfied with his lord. Before coming here, his lordship had instructed him not to provoke Zichen. The reason why he dared to speak with such an attitude was because he had seen the current situation. Zichen and the 5 great clans would not rest until one of them was dead. Other than the Wang clan, the other 4 great clans all had powerhouses on the list serving them. Now he was representing the 54th ranked in recruiting Zichen. Zichen should be very willing to cooperate because he couldn't make any more enemies. However, the reality was the exact opposite. Zichen was still acting tough and even wanted to raise his ranking. It was clear that he didn't care about his lord at all. This development had far exceeded his expectations. For a moment, Jucheng didn't know what to do. It seemed that it was too late to lower his attitude now. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice came from nearby. "Greetings, Lord Zichen. My lord invites Lord Zichen as a guest." Compared to before, this voice was much more polite. Zichen looked at the newcomer and asked, "Your family's lord is also on the list?" "Yes, my lord is ranked 39th, but before I came, my lord said that ranking doesn't mean anything. I hope that Lord Zichen will do me the honor." The person who came was very polite, very respectful, and even very humble. As for the arrogant 9th layer, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew the fellow beside him. Usually he relied on his master's ranking and acted very arrogantly. His eyes grew on top of his head and did not put anyone in his eyes, including himself. But today, in front of Zichen, he had lowered his status, and even lowered his status in front of his master. The sticky sweat on his body made him extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to move at all. Only then did he realize that he had been wrong from the start. Even Zichen, who was in this situation, was not afraid of anyone. Just like Long Fei back then, he was a lone wolf. However, No one dared to provoke him. This was the attitude of the number one expert. Sure enough, one after another came to pass on the message. But today they who were usually high and mighty were all very humble. Compared to the others, he was like a fool. He didn't see the situation and still hoped to use his master's identity to suppress Zichin. One had to know that in this respectful crowd, there was also a powerhouse who represented the 21st place. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen powerhouses on the list came over and invited Zichin over for a chat. Looking at the dozen or so ninth-layer cultivators with humble attitudes, Manshur curled his lips and said, "Aren't the powerhouses on the ranking all high and mighty, mysterious existences? What are they doing? Now, so many of them have suddenly appeared. What are their intentions?" Everyone half bowed and waited for Zichen's reply, including the arrogant ninth layer. But at this moment he had already put down all his arrogance and lowered his posture. Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd. Zichen's face revealed an expression that was not a smile. After a while he said, "Go back and tell your master that if he really wants to see me, he should come personally. As for the invitation, forget it." "Huh?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned and raised their heads. Some of them even revealed some anger in their eyes, thinking that Zichin didn't know what was good for him. They had already lowered their posture according to the instructions. But not only did Zichin reject them, he even asked their master to come personally. Who did he think he was? The number one powerhouse? One had to know that the powerhouses behind all the cultivators present were ranked far higher than Zichin. Among them, the one who represented the 21st place was the most angry, because, in his opinion, even if all 12 powerhouses on the list were to come at him together, they might not be a match for his master. And Zichen's actions were indeed overboard. "Hee, my little friend, you're right. If you want to see him, you have to come personally. Such an invitation is too insincere." An old voice rang out. No one dared to get angry at Zichin, but that didn't mean that they were all good-natured. The moment they heard this foreign voice, their faces were filled with anger. They turned around to check out which ignorant and reckless fella dared to butt in here. But the moment they turned around and caught sight of the old man's face, their hearts skipped a beat. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the old man who was walking over. Snapping out of their stupor, they bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sir." The old man who had arrived was Zhang Yongxi, ranked 11th on the martial ranking. He was truly a mysterious existence. No one had expected that a powerful being on the martial ranking would come personally at this moment. Zhang Yongxi waved his hand casually and said with some dissatisfaction, "I've just settled some matters. To think that you guys would take advantage of the loophole. All right, there's nothing for you guys to do here. Disperse. If you really want to see Zichin, go back and tell your masters to come personally." Everyone nodded, repeatedly. Without another word, they turned around and left. Zhang Yongxi came before Zichin and sized up the group. After a while, he clicked his tongue and sighed, not bad at all. The younger generation will surpass us in time. It seems that us old fellows will have to give way to the martial ranking soon." Zichin smiled faintly. "You flatter me." Zhang Yongxi asked, "Are you done with your matters?" Zichin said, "I still have to go to the city gate to pick up someone. I'll go with you." Zhang Yongxi had clearly come to find Zichin for something, so he followed Zichin. Zichin stood at the city gate with 11 powerful beings on the martial ranking. When the other cultivators and guards saw them, they all retreated to the sides. They looked at the group with reverence and fanaticism. These were all powerful beings on the martial ranking. They had never seen so many powerful beings on the martial ranking gathered together. Standing beside Zichin, Zhang Yongxi could already guess who Zichin was waiting for. Thinking of the legend about that person, he shook his head. Not long after, a person appeared at the end of their line of sight. It was an old man in a white robe. His face was ruddy, and he seemed to be in good spirits. When he approached, the crowd saw the old man's face clearly, which triggered a series of exclamations. The old man was Schenker, the manager of Schenker's little store. Almost all the cultivators who had stayed in the sevenfold cities knew about Old Man Schenker and Schenker's little store. They didn't expect that a group of more than a dozen powerful beings on the martial ranking outside the city would be Schenker, the ordinary-looking old man. Schenker stood at the city gate and looked up at the tall city wall, his eyes full of emotions. The last time he left this place seemed to be tens of thousands of years ago. He thought that he would never be able to set foot in this city again. He didn't expect that today he would have an opportunity. Old man, welcome to the ninefold city. Zi Qin looked at Schenker in front of him. Schenker put away his emotions, and his eyes fell on Zi Qin. He praised, "Good boy, you did a good job." Although Schenker tried to suppress it, he still couldn't hide his excitement. As expected, Schenker shouted, "Everyone, I'm back. I, Schenker, am back." Schenker's voice echoed in the city. Many people were confused. Was it so difficult to come to the city? No one knew what it was like when Schenker left the city. Over the years, for some reason, he could only stay in the sevenfold cities and even Schenker's little store. "Schenker, welcome back," Zhang Yongxi, who was beside Zi Qin, said. "Thank you." Schenker was back. He was welcomed back by more than a dozen powerful beings on the martial ranking. The news spread out in an instant. For those years, Schenker had broken the rules, but some forces in the city chose to remain silent. Schenker was with Zi Qin at this moment, who would be stupid enough to make trouble for himself. After entering the city and looking at the familiar environment, Schenker's excitement gradually turned into disappointment. The ninefold city hadn't changed. The things were still the same, but the people were gone. Those aggressive guys back then were either dead or gone. None of them could be seen. For a moment, Schenker felt a sense of loneliness that he had never felt before. "What are you going to do next? Or what do you want us to do?" Zi Qin knew that Schenker had something on his mind. He also had stories and even enemies. Schenker had taken good care of him all the way. Now that he had the ability, Zi Qin didn't mind doing something excessive for Schenker. Schenker felt lost. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's all in the past." Soon, Schenker sorted out his mood and said, "You'd better calculate how much benefit I can get this time. Remember, it's 50-50. Don't go back on your word." Seeing that Schenker's mood had returned, Zi Qin patted his chest and said, "I, Zi Qin, certainly keep my word. It's just that this time I've gained a lot, so it'll take me a few days to calculate. Old man, you'd better be mentally prepared. Don't pass out from joy when the time comes. Look at you. I've seen all kinds of big scenes." Next, Manshur and the others settled down to familiarize themselves with the power after the breakthrough. Zi Qin, Schenker, and Zhang Yongxi came to a tavern. Chapter 1696. Zhang Yongxi had followed him all the way, so he must have something to discuss with him. There were only 3 people in the private room, so Zi Qin went straight to the point. Lei Long was still coiled around Zi Qin's waist. It stared curiously at the brightly lit room. Zhang Yongxi kept looking at the Thunder Dragon, watching its curious expression change. After a while he asked, "This old man wants to know if the little dragon around your waist is a real dragon." Zi Qin said, "Of course it's a real dragon, a pure Thunder Dragon." Zhang Yongxi's eyes were unexpectedly filled with unconcealable excitement. "It really is a real dragon. That's great, that's really great." Zi Qin looked at Zhang Yongxi in confusion. Outside the city, after Suho appeared, he had been staring at the Thunder Dragon, with surprise and greed in his eyes. Suho was killed, and then Huefo appeared with murderous intent. At that time, Zi Qin was completely sure that Huefo came for the Thunder Dragon, not for the so-called justice. After plundering the 5 major families, more than a dozen representatives of the powerhouses on the list appeared, saying that they wanted to see Zichen. Of course, Zichen did not think that these people wanted to make friends with him. It was more likely that they were luring him to the Thunder Dragon. Zichen did not know what was so magical about the Thunder Dragon in this world, but Zhang Yongxi's first question was about the Thunder Dragon, so everything must be related to the Thunder Dragon, and the Thunder Dragon must have some secrets. Shankar was not surprised by the change in Zhang Yongxi's expression, as if he had already expected it. After gradually calming down, Zhang Yongxi said, "It's related to a legend. It's an ancient dragon boat. You may not have heard of it." A picture suddenly appeared in Zichen's mind. It was another space where a dragon boat made of skeletons was moving. An ancient, bleak, and tragic war song came from the dragon boat, and at the same time, there was a heart-palpitating aura. He interrupted Zhang Yongxi and asked, "Is it a black boat made of skeletons with a dragon head in front of the bow?" Zhang Yongxi said in surprise, "You've heard of this legend." Zichen shook his head and said, "No, but I've seen it." Zhang Yongxi's expression changed. "What? You've seen it?" Old Shankar, on the other hand, suddenly recalled the scene when the dragon boat appeared a few years ago. Zichen didn't hide anything and directly said, "A few years ago, the human city was occupied by the Dax race. I was only at the 7th tier back then. At that time, I led a few dozen people into the empty alien city. As soon as I came out of a shop, I felt a terrifying aura. I looked up and saw a skeletal dragon boat. The dragon boat was above me, but it seemed to be traveling through another space. I could even hear a desolate war song coming from the dragon boat, as if it was summoning something. At that time, I felt very uncomfortable. The aura was suffocating, but the others didn't feel anything strange." Hearing Zichen's words, Zhang Yongxi's face was full of shock. 7th layer. You can actually feel the call of the dragon boat at only the 7th layer. I am completely sure that you have the potential not inferior to Lord Longfei. Zichen did not care about potential. What he cared about was the dragon boat. He asked, "What exactly is the skeletal dragon boat?" "An ancient warship, a desolate war song, summoning experts to explore the depths of the world." Shankar's voice suddenly sounded. "You know about it too." Zichen turned around and looked at Shankar. "Anyone who stays here long enough will know about it," Shankar said. "You said that the dragon boat summoned experts to explore the depths of the world. What is there in the depths of the world?" Zichen asked. Shankar shook his head and said, "No one knows, but everyone wants to go." "What do you mean? If you don't know what is there, you still want to go?" "It is because you don't know that it is mysterious." "What do you mean?" Zichen couldn't help but laugh. "So, the dragon boat has appeared many times. Those people have found something in the depths of the world." Shankar shook his head and said, "No one knows because no one has returned." Zichen was shocked. "No one has returned? Are they all dead?" Shankar said, "One theory is that they are all dead, but another theory is that they went to the depths of the world through the dragon boat and then entered another world." "Another world. It is just a theory. No one can prove it. After all, no one has returned alive." Zichen turned to look at Zhang Yongxi again. "You asked Lei Long. Is Lei Long related to the dragon boat?" Zhang Yongxi said, "To drive the dragon boat into the depths of the world, the prerequisite is that there is a dragon's soul controlling it." Zichen said coldly, "You want Lei Long to die." No one could return, but the dragon boat turned back. Obviously, the dragon's soul was dead. Zichen was not an explorer, so he was not interested in exploring an unknown place. As if guessing Zichen's inner thoughts, Zhang Yongxi said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. That place was unknown before, but we got information about the dragon boat from the Soul Devourer race. It is said that there is a secret in the depths of the world that can allow one to break into the realm of Realm Master. break into the realm of Realm Master. Chen was startled. In this way, the exploration was worth it. It was much more difficult to break into the realm of Realm Master than to break into the realm of Corporeal Realm. It represented the growth of the world and the transformation of the realm in one's body. For example, this city was full of Realm Masters, but no one could break into the realm of Realm Master. In the Jianwu continent, only the truly shocking existences could enter the realm of Realm Master. Those pure higher life forms could also easily enter the realm of Realm Master, but before that, they needed to sleep for a long time. And during the sleep, if there were not enough protective measures, it was easy to die. Soul Devourer race, can their words be trusted? Chen asked. Even Schenker did not understand. I saw that tortoise shell with my own eyes. The ancient words of this world are recorded on it, and there is a description of the end of the world. There is a place in it that contains the secret to breaking into the realm of Realm Master. Zhang Yongxi said, and you know that breaking into the realm of Realm Master in this world will be much stronger than breaking through in the outside world. This is an opportunity for you, for me, and even for them. Chen fell into deep thought. All the experts on the list were looking for Chen for the lightning dragon. From their attitude, it could be seen that they were not robbing, but cooperating. According to what Zhang Yongxi said, there was an ancient dragon ship. It constantly traveled through this world and called out. Some beings with extremely high potential would be able to hear the summons. But in this world, there were simply too many outstanding individuals. Just the Imperial Sky region alone had 100 elites on the roll, and there were also the Dax race, the Soul-Devouring race, and other races. But there was only one dragon ship, so its capacity was naturally limited. When the time came, who should go and who should not? So everyone could only form an alliance, gather all the experts, and board the ship with great power. As for Zhang Yongxi and the other experts from 10,000 years ago, the reason why they were unwilling to leave this world was because they were waiting for the dragon ship to appear. No one came back. There's so many shocking existences. Is the end of the world so terrifying? Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, what about Long Fei? As the number one person, is he not qualified to board the ship? Xing said, of course Long Fei is qualified. But when the dragon ship appeared, he suddenly hesitated before boarding and then voluntarily withdrew. Voluntarily withdrew? Why? Doesn't he want to break through to the realm lord level? Chen was confused. At that time, this news had not appeared. Some people said that Lord Long Fei withdrew because of fear, but others said that Lord Long Fei might have sensed something and thus chose to withdraw. Zhang Yongxi smiled bitterly. Chen's expression changed. He had seen Long Fei once. Although it was just a glance, he could tell that Long Fei was not a coward. Then the only possibility for Long Fei to withdraw was that he had discovered something. But what did he discover that made him not board the ship? Chen could not understand. Not only Long Fei, there was also Tang Nuo. He also chose to withdraw the moment he boarded the ship. Tang Nuo. Seeing the confusion on Chen's face, Xing explained, Tang Nuo also came from Shentian Prefecture. He was the number one person before Long Fei. If I'm not wrong, he should be the prefecture lord of Shentian Prefecture now. Lord, prefecture lord. Chen was very surprised. In Shentian Prefecture, he had only seen the prefecture lord once. He was a dignified and domineering middle-aged man. He looked like a general and not a city lord. Speaking of which, he was somewhat similar to Long Fei. Such an expert would not back down when faced with a matter. Moreover, so many people did not withdraw. Only these two experts withdrew. Chen would not believe that they were afraid. Then the only possibility was that they had discovered something before boarding the ship. But what did they discover? Chen did not know. Of course, Zhang Yongxi did not know. We also thought about Lord Long Fei's matter. Lord Long Fei must have discovered something. After that, I went to find Lord Longfei once and specifically asked, but I did not get any useful clues. Zhang Yongxi said, after that, Lord Longfei stayed in the battlefield of despair. We guessed that Lord Longfei was waiting for the next appearance of the dragon boat, but we guessed wrong. Lord Longfei actually left the battlefield of despair. Old man Shink had been silent. He could not give any advice on this matter. My intention this time is to form an alliance. The experts of the Imperial Sky region will form an alliance. When the time comes, you will take the dragon soul, and we will be the first to board the dragon ship. Let me think about this matter. Zichen said, we have not received news of the dragon ship docking. You may have many years to think about it. This matter is not urgent. Zhang Yongxi said, as for the matter of entering the Imperial Sky Alliance last time, Zichen waved his hand and said, I will not agree to this matter. After the conversation, Zhang Yongxi left. Zichen and Shink stayed to eat. During the meal, old man Shink seemed absent-minded. Zichen asked, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Chapter 1697. Zichen, who was eating, seemed to be a little distracted. He was casually listening to old man Shenker's nagging. Suddenly, when he heard about Long Fei, his whole body trembled. He suddenly raised his head and asked, What? What did you say? Before Long Fei left, he talked to you about the ancient dragon boat. The ancient dragon boat was the most mysterious thing in the battlefield of despair. In the entire battlefield of despair, there was very little knowledge about it. Everything was a legend, and there was no proof. But unexpectedly, Long Fei told Shenker something. Long Fei had left. This was definitely an exclusive secret in the battlefield of despair. Shenker didn't say it before because he didn't want Zhang Yongxi to know. Shenker recalled what Long Fei had said. Before leaving this world, Long Fei came to me. At first, we talked about some trivial things, but in the end, we talked about the ancient dragon boat. At that time, Long Fei said that he didn't know what was at the end of the world, but he said that once we boarded the boat, we would have to face the choice and test of human nature. Choice and test. Zi Chen looked confused. The choice and test of human nature, Shenker emphasized. What do you mean? I don't know. I haven't been there. Long Fei hasn't been there, so he doesn't know. He just said that after boarding the boat, we might face many choices, and each choice will determine our future path. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to make a certain choice, so he quit at the last moment. Maybe Tang Nua was also there for the same reason. Choice. It affected the choice of the future path. Long Fei's words definitely had a deep meaning, but unfortunately, Zi Qin couldn't figure it out. There was still some time before the dragon boat docked. Zi Chen could slowly think about it and consider whether to board the boat or not. Wu Xia had already finished counting the spoils. He had looted the 5 great families' headquarters. Although the other party had been prepared and had moved a lot of resources, Zi Qin and the others had still obtained a considerable amount of loot. Just the materials for refining royal weapons. Each of them had 2. After staying in this city for 3 days, Zichen began to return with his men. After solving the problem here, they had more important things to do. Before leaving, Shenker said that he also wanted to go back. He said that he had gotten used to everything in the 7th city. After returning to Sevenfold City, Zichen and the others couldn't wait to enter the teleportation array. The 5 families will definitely send more people. I think you should wait for a few more days, Shenker suggested. Time is of the essence. This time, we have brought a lot of resources with us. It should be enough for us to use for a while. As for the transaction, we'll talk about it later. In total, they had stayed here for about a month. But in the other world, several years had passed. Too many things could happen in these few years. As soon as the teleportation array fluctuated, Tomb Keeper arrived under the Cosmos Bell. He looked at the figures that appeared one after another. There were a total of 12 people, and not a single one was missing. Tomb Keeper heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, sensing everyone's strength, a surprised smile appeared on Moo Moo's face. All of you actually broke through. Zi Chen, who had just appeared, saw a hint of worry in Shomu's smile and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there trouble?" Tomb Keeper nodded. "They're here." Soul-devouring clan. Yes. Just as they were talking, other warriors arrived one after another. When these warriors saw Zi Chen and the others, their faces were clearly filled with surprise. Soon, all the warriors gathered here. They had all come of their own accord. From their expressions, Zi Chen could see how urgent the current situation was. Tomb Keeper said with a bitter face, "They're too strong. They almost destroyed this place. I had no choice but to use the Cosmos Bell to seal this place. But this is not a long-term solution. If you came back a little later, I would have sent Viper to find you." The soul-devouring clan was the natives' nemesis. When Keisai dared to bring 13 people in, he didn't take the native army seriously. It was no joke for the soul-devouring clan to destroy an indigenous world. Where are they now? Zi Chen asked. They can't attack here. They've set their sights on the dragon's tomb. They're now hunting giant dragons outside the dragon's tomb. Follow me. During the battle with Zi Chen that day, Keisai made a breakthrough at the critical moment and successfully escaped. At that time, he was injured and didn't dare to fight head-on. He had just recovered from his injuries when he heard that Zi Chen and the others were busy causing trouble for the 5 great families. He led his men to station here again. The process was easy. He knew the exact coordinates and could come in at any time. As soon as they arrived in this world, they found a group of natives. After easily killing them, they were ready to get rid of all the natives in this world. Unfortunately, when they attacked the native tribe, they met with resistance. After attacking for a month without any results, they settled for the next best thing, which was to kill the giant dragons here. They stayed here for 2 whole years. At the same time, Keisai, who accurately sensed the flow of time here, was extremely shocked. The wealth in this world was beyond his imagination. There were more giant dragons than he had imagined. The process of killing the giant dragons was not smooth. It was even more difficult to enter the dragon's tomb. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. They still hadn't entered the dragon's tomb. They hadn't even gotten close. And recently, he heard some news about Zi Chen and his followers. His face gradually became gloomy. Zi Chen smoothly killed his way into the city, killed Su Ho, and killed the expert ranked 78th on the list. Although he had just entered the 9th level, his battle strength was comparable to a peak 9th level expert. There were rumors that Zi Chen would be the next Long Fei. Who was Long Fei? There was probably no one in the entire battlefield of despair who didn't know about it. Keisai didn't meet Long Fei face to face. He felt a little regretful, but also very lucky. It was said that all the alien races who had met Long Fei face to face didn't survive. Many of the bloodline awakened experts in the clan were very cautious when talking about Long Fei. Their words were full of reverence. Long Fei was an expert. This name represented a legend. And Zi Chen was actually comparable to Long Fei. His battle strength was obviously extraordinary. Keisai had experienced this personally. His soul-devouring divine abilities' only counter was Zi Chen. But Zi Chen was different from Long Fei. Zi Chen had 11 followers, and these 11 were all experts on the list. If it was just Zi Chen alone, Keisai could still suppress him with the advantage of numbers. But with the 11 people, they were no match. Retreat! After hearing that Zi Chen had returned, he didn't hesitate and decisively ordered his people to retreat. The other soul-devouring race members were stunned when they heard this. They turned to look at Keisai in confusion. Time is of the essence. There is no time to explain. Everyone retreat quickly, Keisai said again with a serious expression. A soul-devouring race member glanced at the dragon corpse beside him and asked, These giant dragons are no threat to us. Why should we retreat? This is an order. Keisai's tone was cold. The group of soul-devouring race members became serious. They didn't dare to delay and sped up the process of processing the dragon corpse. Don't take these things. Come with me now. While urging, energy appeared in Keisai's hand. He was ready to break open the space. He was fine just now, but now he wanted to leave in such a hurry. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. A golden light appeared in the sky and shot in front of Keisai. The space that was about to be broken open became stable again. Keisai's expression changed. He looked up at the sky. A space passage appeared, and Zi-Chin and the others walked out. Looking at Zi-Chen's mocking face, Keisai became very uneasy. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth. The black light around him exploded. This kind of escape technique was unique to the soul-devouring race. It was also a life-saving technique. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. As soon as these people appeared, their master used an escape technique. The other soul-devouring race members couldn't understand. They were all wondering who these 13 people were. How could they make their master flee without a fight? Among these people, there were also some smart ones. They instantly made the same choice as their master and spread out. The tomb guard raised his hand and shot out beams of golden light. He was ready to imprison these people, but he was a step too late. Those who escaped had already escaped. Those who didn't could no longer escape. The 11 people behind Zi-Chin rushed toward the group of soul-devouring race members. Seeing these humans rushing over, some of the soul-devouring race members shouted and used their soul-devouring divine ability to launch soul attacks. However, the 11 people in front didn't stop at all. The soul shadows that rushed into their sea of consciousness were instantly destroyed. The passage in the sky hadn't closed yet. 9th-tier warriors walked out one after another. Murderous intent surged around them. These soul-devouring race members had brought them a lot of trouble. Today, under Zi-Chen's lead, they would fight these soul-devouring race members to the death. In fact, Zi-Chen didn't want them to come because they couldn't help at all. However, they insisted on coming. After walking out of the passage, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked ahead. Their expressions were exaggerated as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. These were really the soul-devouring race. They were the kind of soul-devouring race that could destroy an entire world by themselves. Why did they run away in fear as soon as they appeared? They didn't even hesitate to use secret techniques. A moment ago, they didn't understand the reason. However, after the 11 people behind Zi-Chen attacked, they completely understood. These 11 people killed soul-devouring race members of the same level as if they were slaughtering chickens and dogs. That calmness made it seem like the soul-devouring race was a natural counter to them. Of the dozen or so soul-devouring race members who had escaped, there were still more than 30 left. After the tomb guard sealed the space with the bell of heaven and earth, the remaining 30 or so soul-devouring race members were all killed. Before this, Zi-Chin, who was recognized as the strongest person, didn't make a move. When the battle ended, all the soul-devouring race members were killed. The 11 people had 36 soul fragments on them. They handed these fragments to Zi-Chin. Next, they would let Dan Ding refine them and condense them into things that they could use. The trouble was resolved so easily. The group of warriors couldn't believe it. At this moment, Zi-Chen's voice sounded, "Clean up the battlefield first." Only then did the warriors realize that there were still many giant dragon corpses on the ground. Chapter 1698. The giant dragons on the ground were all killed by the soul-devouring clan before they could dispose of them. There were nearly 30 of them, which showed how efficient the soul-devouring clan was at killing dragons. A group of warriors swooped down and began dissecting the dragon corpses with their dragon weapons. The group of 11 flew back. Looking at them, Zichen said, "Let's go. We'll go deeper." This time they planned to kill more powerful giant dragons, such as the black giant dragon that prompted Lei Long to condense his dragon body. Zichen needed the dragon bones of these giant dragons to condense his weapons. In fact, it was not accurate to say that they were condensing. They should be strengthened and upgraded. Although the weapons in their hands were all extraordinary, they had not reached the limit of a king weapon. As their strength and combat strength increased, the lack of enhancement of their weapons gradually became apparent. Take Zichen's black saber, for example. It was not as handy and sharp as before. Zichen needed to use some dragon bones and dragon blood to upgrade the black saber to the true limit of a king weapon. As for the scabbard, it had no grade, but it was very unusual. It was as if it was a single piece and could not be upgraded. Lei Long flashed out from Zichen's waist, revealing his giant dragon body. Waves of dragon power spread out, and the giant dragons nearby instantly exploded, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Lei Long's dragon power spread out, which was equivalent to provoking the powerful beings in the dragon tomb. Not long after, there was a dragon roar that shook the soul. Then a giant golden dragon rushed out. The giant golden dragon was huge, at least hundreds of meters long, and shone with golden light. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Lei Long and flapped its wings. "Go!" Zichen shouted and rushed into the sky, blocking the giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon's cold eyes saw this insignificant human. It flapped its wings, creating a hurricane to blow the human away. In its eyes, the only thing it cared about was Lei Long. As the hurricane passed, the human disappeared. A look of disdain flashed in the giant golden dragon's cold eyes, but in the next moment it felt pain on its back and let out a low roar. Zichen had already flashed onto the dragon's back. Using his strongest strength, he broke off a few dragon scales on the dragon's body and forcefully sent the long saber in. The blade wasn't sharp enough, so it took a lot of effort to break through. However, the soul-devouring effect was very powerful, and it was currently devouring the golden dragon's soul. The golden dragon was in pain, and its body tumbled in the air, trying to push the human away. Space trembled, and a terrifying power vibrated. Zichen stuck close to the dragon's body. Barbarian Shur and the others rushed up from behind. Although their attacks were a little strenuous, they could still break through the dragon's defense and activate the Soul Devour effect. Before the golden dragon could reach the lightning dragon, a dozen wounds appeared on its body. Golden dragon blood sprayed out, and the dragon's soul was being lost. A painful dragon roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Space was constantly distorted as terrifying energy vibrated. The warriors in the distance watched the great battle with great shock on their faces. The energy fluctuations were too strong. Although everyone was at the 9th level, they didn't dare to step forward. If they were to recklessly step forward and get swept up by the energy, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. A moment later, a low roar sounded from the dragon's tomb again, and another dragon flew out. Its body flashed with a blue light, and it rushed towards Zichen and the others. Clearly, it wanted to rescue them. Groan! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Without waiting for the blue dragon to rush up, the lightning dragon turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up. The two dragons fought in the sky. In the sky, the energy turbulence became even more intense. Die! Zichen's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The dragon spike in his hand began to glow, and he pierced it toward the golden dragon's head. PFFF, the special effect of ignoring defense, was activated, and the dragon's spike pierced the dragon's head. Following that, a powerful surge of energy dispersed the dragon's soul. Zichen instantly pulled out the dragon spike and stabbed the dragon's head with the long blade. The long blade devoured the shattered dragon's soul. The golden dragon died, and its corpse fell to the ground. Zichen, who had exhausted all his strength, had no more strength left. He could only fall down with the dragon. Manshur and the others shot out waves of energy to support the falling dragon. Looking at the huge dragon in front of them, everyone's face was filled with shock. Only by experiencing it personally would one know how terrifying a dragon was. Its defense was even stronger than an ordinary expert on the list. As for its attack, it could be seen from the wounds on Manshur and the others. To be able to injure an expert on the list, it must be an existence comparable to an expert on the list. If one were to use human standards to determine combat power, this golden dragon could definitely be ranked in the top 50 of the list. It might even be more difficult to deal with than the top 50 human experts. Zichen, who was at the 9th tier, used the special effect of the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, but his strength was instantly drained. While the Dragon Spike was extraordinary, the Golden Dragon's strength was also unquestionable. Wu Xie stepped forward and collected the Golden Dragon's corpse. On the other side, the Lightning Dragon had more experience and an advantage. It forcefully devoured the Blue Dragon's soul and kept the dragon's corpse. The 2 dragon corpses had enough materials for 12 people. Everyone returned. On the way back, the warriors were still in shock. They did not expect the tribe's biggest crisis to be resolved so easily. Even the tomb keeper's mood was much better. Don't let your guard down. They ran away this time. It's very likely that they will send more experts here. We must always pay attention to the spatial fluctuations, Zichen reminded. Send more experts. The tomb keeper looked at Zichen in confusion. He did not understand why the soul-devouring clan would dare to come again when Zichen already had such a strong combat power. Zichen reminded him, "Don't underestimate anyone. With my current combat power, I can barely enter the top 50 of the human world. However, the soul-devouring clan must have existences comparable to the experts on the list. If a few of them come, I may not be able to handle them." The tomb keeper's relaxed mood tensed up again. He asked worriedly, "Then what should we do?" Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "I have a way to stop the true experts of the soul-devouring clan. As for whether it will succeed, I'm not sure." The last time Zichen fought against a city, the entire city retreated because many of the experts in the city did not make a move. The soul-devouring clan was different. The 2 sides were on opposite sides. If the soul-devouring clan did not take them into consideration, as long as they sent out all their experts, Zichen would not be able to defend this world. Hearing Zichen's method, the tomb keeper said, "No matter whether it will succeed or not, we have to try." After returning to the tribe, Wu Xie and the others began to dissect the dragon corpses. Under Zichen's Cosmos Bell, they stepped into the teleportation array again to look for Old Man Schenker. To Zichen's surprise, as soon as he arrived at Schenker's store, he saw Zhang Yongxi, the expert ranked 11th on the list, whom he was looking for. Seeing the obvious astonishment on Zichen's face, Zhang Yongxi smiled and said, "I guess that you were looking for me. In order to save time, I took the initiative to come." "You guessed that I was looking for you." Zichen looked at Zhang Yongxi in disbelief. "The soul-devouring clan suffered a great loss in your world. There were more than 50 people there, but only a dozen came back." This attracted a lot of attention. Among the survivors, someone revealed the true value of that world, which caused a huge commotion. Zichen's face darkened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Ku Si knew that he was no match for him. His idea of monopolizing that world was completely shattered by Zichen's rise. In order to maximize his own benefits, he would definitely use the coordinates of that world to make an issue out of it. Did he sell the coordinates of that world? Zichen asked. Zhang Yongxi shook his head and said, "Not yet." Before Zichen could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Yongxi continued, "But in 3 days there will be a trade fair. The coordinates will be sold there. That damn thing. Chen's face was filled with anger. The trade fair was equivalent to an auction. At that time, the highest bidder would get the coordinates. Chen was very clear about the value of that world, not to mention the existence in the dragon tomb. Just those giant dragons alone were worth an unimaginable amount of wealth. Chen's expression changed. He was considering the gains and losses. He even had the thought of buying the coordinates, but it was just a thought. Compared to those experts and forces, Chen did not have the financial resources to do so. Chen kept calculating the gains and losses in his heart. His expression gradually returned to normal. He looked up at Zhang Yongxi and said, "You should have a solution since you are waiting for me here, right?" Zhang Yongxi laughed and said, "What can I do?" Chen said unhurriedly, "What if I agree to bring the dragon soul to the dragon boat?" Zhang Yongxi's eyes lit up and said, "If that's the case, you can stop some experts." The value of that world was very high, but that was only for forces. It could nurture many experts. But for those true experts, there was nothing more important than becoming a sector lord. Chen looked into Zhang Yongxi's eyes and said, "My request is not high. I just want to stop those existences that are a threat to me." Zhang Yongxi frowned and said, "That's a bit wide range." Chen shook his head and said, "It's not wide at all. Just use the top 40 experts on the list as the standard." Top 40. Zhang Yongxi sized up Chen. He had just entered the 9th level, but he was confident that he could enter the top 40. This was much more impressive than Long Fei back then. Chen was only at the early 9th level. Once he entered the middle or late 9th level, his battle prowess would naturally increase by leaps and bounds. It would not be difficult for him to enter first place on the list. "Okay, leave this to me." Considering Chen's future potential, Zhang Yongxi nodded in agreement, even if this matter was a bit tricky. Time is of the essence. I have to hurry back. After saying goodbye to Xing, Chen stepped back into the teleportation formation. Zhang Yongxi chatted with Xing for a while more, then turned and left. When Chen returned to the small world, 2 days had passed. In 2 days, the 2 dragons had finished dissecting, and all kinds of materials were neatly arranged. Among them, the dragon scales were the most abundant. Chen took some, then some dragon bones and dragon blood. He threw all these materials into the pill cauldron to refine them. Within the pill cauldron, blue flames surged and melted the materials one by one. This was the pill cauldron's unique method. It could refine anything and condense the essence. Chapter 1699. A New Discovery. That's right. The time for you to upgrade your weapon might have to be delayed. Cauldron's spirit took out 2 portions of liquid. One portion radiated golden light, while the other radiated blue light. Chen's eyes fell on the materials. Cauldron Spirit explained, "These are made from 2 types of dragon scales. When I was refining them, I discovered that there are 2 types of energy in them." 2 types of energy? You mean that they belong to 2 different attributes? Chen was rather surprised. There were countless dragons in this world, but after they were killed, they would turn into pure energy without any attribute. They were very pure and could be used by anyone. That was why everyone was envious of them. The discovery of 2 different attributes did not diminish the value of the dragons. On the contrary, it made them even more valuable. This was because 2 different attributes represented 2 different types of edicts. It was only natural that items that contained edicts would be more valuable. Chen was puzzled and asked, "Isn't this a good thing? Why do you want to delay it?" Cauldron's Spirit explained, "Even if the 2 attributes cannot be fused together, they will still be stronger than a single attribute. That is, of course, a good thing. But this way, the power of the refined weapon will be very limited. It will not reach the pinnacle." Unless, Chen asked, "Unless what?" Cauldron Spirit pointed at the two portions of liquid materials and said, "Unless you can find other compatible attributes and perfectly fuse them together, I reckon that there should be dragons of other attributes. You should go look for them." Upon hearing those words, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He recalled that he had seen a black dragon before. It should be of another attribute. Perhaps there were dragons of other attributes in the vicinity of the dragon tomb. "All right, I will arrange it right away." Zi Chen was rather impatient. He quickly gathered a group of people. "You want to kill more dragons? Are two not enough to upgrade the weapon?" Just like Zi Chen, everyone had the same doubts. Zi Chen explained patiently. Everyone was pleasantly surprised after hearing those words. They immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go hunt the dragons." Everyone appeared to be very impatient. They left the clan one after another. Cauldron Spirit had clearly stated that once all the attributes were gathered and perfectly fused with each other, the grade of the royal armament would be raised to the true limit. At that time, the ultimate royal armament would be second only to emperor armaments. It would be able to greatly enhance the combat strength of the party. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something and quickly called for Viper. Viper was already at the 9th tier, so he was rather surprised by Zi Chen's summons. Soon, Viper appeared in Schenker's little store and conveyed the message from Zi Chen. Schenker, who was calculating, raised his head and asked, "You said that Zi Chen delayed the trading day by 5 days. Adder nodded. "Yes, Zi Chen personally instructed." Schenker asked again, "Did something happen? What's Zi Chen doing now?" "There shouldn't be any problems. Zi Chen has already gone out to hunt the giant dragons. However, he is very determined to delay the matter by 5 days. He must do it. All right, I'll tell Zhang Yongxi and have him arrange this." That would be troublesome. After hearing Schenker's reply, Viper went back to report. Schenker notified Zhang Yongxi as quickly as possible. When Zhang Yongxi heard that Zi Chen had a new request, he also rushed over as quickly as possible. Less than a day had passed since Schenker arrived. "What? The trading day is delayed by 5 days?" Zhang Yongxi was clearly astonished when he heard the news. "We must delay it by 5 days," Schenker emphasized. "We still have to delay it? What is this Zi Chen up to? The trading day will begin in 2 days. How can I delay it by 5 days?" Zhang Yongxi was obviously worried about this matter. Some forces were very interested in the coordinates of that world. It was impossible for them to give it up. Moreover, the coordinates were not in his hands, and he was not the initiator. How could he delay the trading day? While Zhang Yongxi was worrying, Schenker suddenly said, "There may be a way." Zhang Yongxi looked up at the calm Schenker and asked, "Do you have a way?" Schenker said blandly, "What Zi Chen cares about are the experts who can really threaten him. As for the others, he doesn't care about them at all. But this time, since Zi Chen has another request, he obviously has some purpose. It's impossible for you to stop the trading, but it's still possible to delay it. The only way is to initiate something bigger. The dragon boat." Zhang Yongxi's eyes lit up and he blurted out. He was indeed a powerful figure who had occupied the list for 10,000 years. He understood Schenker's meaning in one sentence. Schenker nodded and said, "Yes, now the dragon boat is the most important thing. 2 days later, the coordinates will be publicly sold, right? You can send out invitations now and invite the leaders of the large and small forces, as well as the experts on the list to discuss the matter of entering the ancient dragon boat on the same day. Remember, the guy who sold the coordinates must be on the invitation list. The dragon boat is a big deal. Those experts will definitely come. As for those forces, of course, they can't be absent. In this way, even if the trading is not cancelled, the people who attend it are not important enough. Maybe the trading will really be cancelled." Zhang Yongxi nodded repeatedly. On the same day, Zhang Yongxi sent out invitations in his own name. He was ranked 11th on the Imperial Sky Region's martial list. In a situation where the top few had all left the battlefield of despair, he, as an expert ranked 11th, was definitely important enough. Those who received the invitations would probably think twice about whether they should refuse or not. On the same day, there were many cultivators outside the 9-layer city. They started to build temporary residences. The invitations covered a wide range of people. There were experts from the Dax clan, powerful existences from the soul-devouring clan, as well as human forces. The invitations covered almost the entire Imperial Sky region. Keisai was thinking about the details of the trading day. The most important thing was the coordinates. They were something he could exchange for great benefits. When the news spread, although it caused a commotion, the number of experts that could be attracted was not too many. Instead, there were many forces. For example, the 5 great human clans of the Imperial Sky region had never given up on fighting for the coordinates. Other than that, the Dax clan was also a large group. That was because those giant dragons were of great assistance to their cultivation. There were also some forces in the soul-devouring clan who were extremely envious of those coordinates. Relatively speaking, the coordinates were only for forces. It was not very attractive to experts. Keisai was somewhat depressed that he could not attract true experts. At this moment, the door opened. A subordinate of the soul-devouring clan entered with an invitation in his hand. "My lord, this is an invitation from the humans." Sent by the humans. Keisai frowned slightly. He took the invitation and opened it. Golden words entered Keisai's eyes. Looking at the contents of the invitation, he frowned and did not say anything. The 3 golden words at the bottom of the invitation were so dazzling. "It's Zhang Yongxi, ranked 11th on the human martial list." Why did he suddenly invite me to discuss the matter of the dragon boats? Keisai muttered with a frown. Moreover, this is the time when I open the trading day. Is it a coincidence, or is he deliberately targeting me? Hearing his lord's muttering, the subordinate said, "This time, other than my lord Mingwang Mingda, and some other lords also received the invitation." "Oh, so it's just a coincidence and not a deliberate targeting." Indeed, this kind of existence seems to only care about the dragon boats and not a small world. The subordinate asked again, "My lord, are you going?" "If you go, then the trading can't be held normally." Keisai frowned and said, "It's indeed a little troublesome." "Well, ancient dragon boats, the world of dragons, dragon souls. Well, I got it." Kusi, who was frowning, suddenly smiled. "Go, why wouldn't I go? The heavens are simply helping me. Don't dragon boats need dragon souls to drive? My world doesn't have many things, but there are many dragon souls. I think they will definitely be interested. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, it's an opportunity for me. You go and tell them that the trading day will be postponed." "Postponed?" The subordinate asked, "How many days?" "1 day." "Oh, no, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just tell them to postpone it." Keisai already had another plan in his mind. Compared with the important matter of Zhang Yongxi and the dragon boats, the delay of the trading day was really insignificant. Only some forces felt that it was a pity. 1 day in this world was 80 days in Zi Chen's world. 2 days passed quickly. 160 days had passed in Zi Chen's world. These 160 days were more than enough for them to do a lot of things. As they ventured out again, they discovered dragons of other attributes and killed them one by one. Whenever they discovered dragons of the same type that they could not use, the lightning dragon would devour them. After spending 2 whole months, they finally gathered enough dragons. There were a total of 7 types of dragons with different attributes. 5 of them represented the 5 elements, while the other 2 represented light and darkness. After gathering all 7 types of materials and handing them to Cauldron Spirit stated that the materials were perfectly compatible. Perfect compatibility, but not perfect fusion. The difference of one word represented the difference between heaven and earth. Zichin had collected enough of each material. After the pill cauldron refined them, it would slowly add the condensed nomological attributes to everyone's weapons. This process was relatively long as Cauldron's spirit strived for perfection. While they were refining their weapons, the party did not stay idle. They constantly went out to hunt dragons. After devouring dragons of different attributes, Lei Long's strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. In the end, he made a breakthrough to the 9th heaven. More than 100 days passed in a flash. The process of refining weapons had yet to end. Outside Ninefold City, temporary residences had been built. Many alien experts and forces had arrived to discuss the ancient dragon boats, the biggest and most mysterious matter in the entire battlefield of despair. The time had come. However, Zhang Yongxi did not appear on the first day. Instead, he greeted the party with good tea, water, and snacks. Chapter 1700. Those who had the qualifications to be invited by Zhang Yongxi were either experts or big shots of their own factions. Apart from Kusi, who was at the early 9th rank, the others were all peak 9th rank existences. After being ignored for an entire day, many people were dissatisfied and had undisguised anger on their faces. You called us over but didn't show yourself. Are you looking down on us or toying with us? A Dax tiger man slammed the table, causing the tea on the table to tremble and splash out. A powerful aura surged from him, causing many experts' expressions to change. What a powerful aura! Energy ripples spread, causing space to ripple. Ku Si's expression changed. As expected, none of those who could come here were weak. Instead, it was him who was at the early 9th rank, who seemed like a crane in a flock of chickens. A maid immediately came forward to clean up the water on the table. A middle-aged cultivator wearing a blue robe walked in and said with a smile, "Brother, Tyrant Tiger must be joking. My elder brother is busy with this matter and hasn't returned yet. That's why everyone waited for an entire day." The Tyrant Tiger's pupils constricted when he saw this middle-aged man. He retracted his aura and snorted, "I hope it's as you say." After saying that, the Tyrant Tiger sat down and didn't say anything else. If one looked closely, they could see fear in his eyes. The chaotic scene quieted down because of the middle-aged man's appearance. Not for anything else, but because of his identity. Yong Mo, ranked 20th on the Imperial Sky Region's Commander Board. He was Zhang Yongxi's sworn brother. Knowing how powerful Yong Mo was, many experts chose to remain silent. However, Yong Mo's identity wasn't enough to frighten everyone. The next moment, a lion man shining with golden light said, "Yong Mo, don't play tricks with us. Zhang Yongxi called us here, but hasn't come yet. What is he doing?" This lion man status was much higher than the Tyrant Tigers in the Dax tribe. His reputation was on par with Zhang Yongxi's, so he didn't fear Yong Mo at all. The first tiger man made Kasi apprehensive. Then this Yong Mo made him unable to see through him. Now, there was a lion man who dared to call Zhang Yongxi by name. He clearly wasn't any weaker than him. Kusi, who was originally full of confidence, restrained himself a lot. As for the others, most of them chose to remain silent. With such an expert speaking, there was almost no chance for them to participate. The silent crowd also wanted to know what Zhang Yongxi was doing. They all looked at Yong Mo, waiting for his answer. Facing the gazes of many powerhouses, Yong Mo smiled faintly and said, "This is not a secret to begin with. Since even Senior Brother Meng is asking, then there's no harm in telling everyone." Everyone's spirits were lifted. "Everyone, since everyone is here, it's obvious that you're here for the ancient dragon boat. I believe everyone has heard of the latest news regarding the ancient dragon boat. That's right, the dragon boat leads to the end of the world. The secret of breaking through to the sector Lord Realm has been confirmed. This is real." There was some disturbance in the crowd. Not everyone knew about this news. The secret to becoming a sector lord. Kusi raised his head and looked around. As the only ninth-tier early-stage cultivator present, he did not seem to know about this matter. However, looking at the calm expressions of the other soul-devouring clan experts, they were obviously not surprised. They should have known. Actually, we were the ones who discovered this information first. At that time you were only at the 8th tier, so we didn't tell you. A voice sounded. It came from a soul-devouring clan expert. He was an expert on the ranking list and had a pure bloodline. Yong Emo waved his hand, and the noisy discussion gradually stopped. Yong Emo said, "There's no secret to becoming a sector lord. The so-called secret here is actually resources. At the end of the world, there are resources that can allow us to break through to the sector lord realm. Of course, other than resources, there might be other things. As everyone knows, to board the dragon boat, other than having sufficient strength, one must first prepare a dragon soul. My elder brother has not returned for a long time because he went to look for a dragon soul." When the crowd heard this, they fell into silence. However, there were some who were in the know. One of them questioned, "I heard that you humans have already found a dragon soul. Now that Zhang Yongxi has left, could it be that there's a new discovery?" Yong Emo smiled and said, "A dragon soul is already extremely rare. How can there be a second one? Originally, my elder brother had already discussed everything with the owner of the dragon soul. When the time comes, he will directly use the dragon soul to board the boat. However, after that person left, my elder brother had another idea, which is to gather everyone to discuss the matter of forming an alliance. However, before that, he has to find the owner of the dragon soul and discuss this matter with him." "What's the background of that person?" A leopard man stood up, emitting a tyrannical aura. He said loudly, "If he doesn't agree, just kill him." Yong Emo looked at this leopard man and said, "Speaking of this person, you should have heard of him before. His name is Zichin. He has only been in the battlefield of despair for a mere 10 years and has already become an expert on the ranking board. A few days ago, he had just entered the 9th layer and killed Suho to enter the ranking board. After that, Huefo, who was ranked 78th, took a fancy to his dragon soul." Yong Emo looked at the crowd and said, "He has just entered the 9th layer and is ranked 78th. According to some reliable sources, he hasn't shown his true strength yet. It's said that if he really shows his strength, he can enter the top 50. The commotion sounded again, but almost all of them were from the other races. Compared to them, the human powers had a deeper understanding of Zichin. At this moment, they only revealed surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that Zichin actually had the strength to enter the top 50. In the battlefield of despair, every ranking board that was recognized by the rules was an extremely important existence. Zichin had just entered the 9th layer and already had the chance to enter the top 50. This kind of battle strength might not be enough to scare the crowd, but this kind of potential was enough to move everyone. Even Kusi, who was also in the early 9th layer, didn't have the strength to do so. Sure enough, Yong Emo said, "Oh, I forgot to say. Now everyone agrees that Zichin will be the next Long Fei." The noisy discussions in the surroundings instantly stopped. The 2 words Long Fei represented a legend. As soon as the legend was mentioned, the crowd fell silent. Long Fei left, and now Zichin came. The other race's expressions were unnatural. I don't believe that he's that strong when he just entered the 9th layer." The leopard man just now snorted, but his tone was clearly no longer forceful. Yong Emo said, "Actually, I haven't seen this person before. When I first heard about him, I didn't believe it like most of you. But after we checked some of his battle information, we found that when he was in the middle of the 7th layer, he could already kill a peak 8th layer existence. After entering the 8th layer, he could even kill a 9th layer existence." The other race's expressions changed. There was fear in their eyes, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. As for the leopard man, he sat down and didn't say anything. Although the dragon soul is in Zichen's hands, don't worry. Since my big brother sent out the invitation, he naturally has a way to persuade Zichen to let everyone board the boat. This time, we're actually here to discuss the matter of alliance. Alliance? That's right. Everyone knows that boarding a dragon boat is extremely dangerous. Up until now, not a single person has returned alive. We don't know if those people are dead or have truly entered another world. But as long as we form an alliance, if there are any accidents along the way, we will be able to overcome them. And gathering everyone's strength, we will be able to enter the depths of the world and become a sector lord, Yong Emo said enthusiastically. Many people were excited and their blood boiled, but there were also some people who curled their lips in disdain. These people were true experts, comparable to Yong Emo and Zhang Yongxi. What they cared about the most was whether they could board the dragon boat, not listening to Yong Mo's words. On that day, everyone said that they could form an alliance. As for Keisai, his expression constantly changed. If Zichen agreed, then all the experts would undoubtedly owe Zichen a favor, and if he wanted to sell the coordinates, it would be a bit troublesome. After Yong Emo calmed everyone down, Keisai suddenly stood up and said, "Fellow experts, I'm Keisai. I recently discovered a small world. That small world is called the Giant Dragon World. There are many dragon souls there." Seeing a little fellow at the 9th layer, many people were dissatisfied. But when they heard about the Giant Dragon World, they were curious. Of course, I don't know if the dragon souls are useful to the dragon boat or not, but there is a dragon tomb there. Maybe we can find a sleeping dragon soul in the dragon tomb. Everyone looked at Cassie. Under the gazes of many powerhouses, Cassie continued, "Of course, I can't be sure about all this. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. When Lord Zhang Yongxi returns after this discussion, I will sell the coordinates of the Giant Dragon World." Although he finally stated his purpose, Keisai didn't receive the response he expected. Some experts comparable to Zhang Yongxi just glanced at him with a faint smile and then looked away. On the other hand, those big shots seemed to be very tempted. Similarly, Yong Emo also glanced at Keisai with a faint smile. Zhang Yongxi didn't return the next day, but there was news that Zichen had agreed to let everyone who was invited to board the dragon boat. The final goal was achieved. The next step was to discuss some details. They could only wait for Zhang Yongxi to return. On the 3rd day, Zhang Yongxi appeared with good news. So, a group of experts began to discuss. This time, the discussion took 2 full days. After delaying for 5 days, Zhang Yongxi heaved a sigh of relief. He would leave the rest of the matters to Zichen to handle. These 5 days, plus the previous 2 days, made 7 days. And in Zichen's world, 1.5 years had passed. After such a long time, everyone's weapons finally died. While Keisai was selling the coordinates in the place provided by Zhang Yongxi, Zichen took out the upgraded black long saber from the alchemy cauldron. Chapter 1701. The coordinates of the great dragon world that Keith was looking forward to the most did not sell at a price that satisfied him. The bidding process was very short. There were only a few bids, and the selling price was not high either. This was not because the great dragon world was not worth a high price. On the contrary, it was because the value of the great dragon world was so great that one faction could not afford it. Sooner or later, they would have to work together, so no faction would be foolish enough to bid. Keith had his own plans, but he did not know that the bosses of the other factions were much more cunning than him. Once the coordinates were sold, it was destined to be made public. The auction price was even negotiated by the other factions and shared equally in the end. The true powerhouses did not participate in the bidding, but it did not mean that they were not interested in that world. After hearing Keith's words, driven by curiosity, they would definitely go. However, unlike the other factions, they would only go alone. The bidding for the coordinates ended quickly, and Keith was a little depressed. Compared to the depressed Keith, Ziqin was in a good mood. Zhang Yongxi had successfully bought time. After more than a year, his weapon had been strengthened and upgraded. The original black saber had changed greatly, and the blade was bright with 7 colors. The 7-colored light represented the energy of the 7 colored rules. The sharpness and soul-devouring effects were still there, and they had been effectively strengthened. Holding the 7-colored saber and feeling its power, Ziqin nodded with satisfaction. Now, the quality of the 7-colored saber had truly reached the highest level of king-grade spiritual weapons, second only to royal weapons. Just the dragon materials consumed alone were an unimaginable fortune. After Ziqin's weapon was upgraded, everyone else's weapons were also strengthened one after another. With the enhancement second only to royal weapons, everyone's combat power had increased by a large margin. The 7-colored saber's brilliance faded, and it returned to its scabbard. A mysterious black light flowed on the scabbard, indicating its extraordinary quality. Are we going to enter the dragon tomb next? Man Shu's weapon was a mace. The material itself was special, which was why it could withstand the strengthening of the 7 dragon attributes. The others were full of confidence. With such a powerful weapon, they were confident that they could enter the dragon tomb and explore the real changes in the dragon tomb. Ziqin shook his head and said, "This is not urgent. Before that, let's deal with some trouble first." Trouble. The coordinates of this world have been exposed. Soon, a large number of powerhouses will enter this world. We need to prepare in advance. Hearing that there was going to be another great battle, everyone became excited. With weapons and resources, the only thing left for him was to break through his limits through constant battles and reach the limits of his realm. With the appearance of the enhanced weapons, the entire tribe shone with a 7-colored radiance. The tomb keeper rushed over immediately. When he saw everyone's weapons, his eyes immediately lit up. The stronger everyone was, the safer the world would be. However, when he saw that Ziqin, who should have been happy, had an ugly expression, Mu Shou had a bad feeling. He stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" Ziqin sheathed his saber and said, "If my guess is correct, the coordinates of this world have already been exposed." Guardian Mu was not as surprised as he had imagined. He sighed and said bitterly, "We've been exposed in the end. What are we going to face next?" The experts of the soul-devouring clan. Ziqin shook his head and said, "The true experts probably won't come to harass us. What we need to face is probably an endless army." Tombkeeper was puzzled. "Army." Ziqin nodded. "Perhaps we'll face an alliance of many races. It'll be an allied army." Tombkeeper's face paled. "So there'll be the Dax beasts, the soul-devouring clan, and the humans." Ziqin nodded again. Tombkeeper's body swayed, and he almost fell over. "The true experts won't interfere. I guarantee that nothing will happen to the tribe. As for the dragon's tomb, it's impossible for anything to happen. The only thing they can obtain is the dragon materials." Hearing Ziqin's words of comfort, Tombkeeper forced a smile. At this point, this was the only thing they could do. After selling the coordinates, the various factions began to gather experts and prepare to enter the small world. Just as Ziqin had guessed, many of the opposing factions chose to ally. Outside a spatial node, an allied army of several thousand was gathered. The leader was a 9th-rank soul-devouring clan expert. He pointed at the spatial node and said, "It's there. Once we blast it open, we'll be able to see the dragon world." 2 9th-rank soul-devouring clans experts walked out from behind the crowd. They were both Dax beasts. The 2 of them used their full strength to attack. Tombkeeper immediately sensed the tremors in the spatial barrier and notified Ziqin. Ziqin and the others quickly gathered at the rippling space. Tombkeeper said, "They're right outside." Just as they were speaking, the space was torn open and a spatial passage appeared. On the other side of the spatial passage stood 2 9th-rank Dax beasts. Ziqin glanced at the 2 of them. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. The dazzling golden fist passed through the spatial passage and exploded on the other side. The two ninth-rank Dax beasts were sent flying, and it was unknown if they were still alive. You can defend one passage, but you can defend all of them. Seeing the two ninth-rank Dax beasts killed with one punch, the soul-devouring clan expert was surprised. The rumors said that Zi Chun was powerful, and it was true. However, one person's power was limited, so he didn't have to worry about anything. There were many beast race experts here, and many of them could destroy spatial nodes. He raised his finger and sent out a few rays of energy, marking a few directions. He said indifferently, "Attack the marked places." After breaking, before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. With a tap of his foot, he retreated backward. A bolt of lightning appeared where he had just been standing. Then, like a shadow, it followed him. This soul-devouring clan expert kept retreating. As he retreated, wave after wave of spatial power surged. Every time he retreated, he would step on a spatial node. It looked like he had only taken one step back, but he had actually passed through several spaces. However, the lightning followed him like a shadow. No matter how he passed through space, he couldn't shake it off. His expression changed again and again. He didn't dare to stop retreating. More and more strength surged out. Looking at the lightning that he couldn't shake off, a trace of panic finally appeared on his face, and he began to think about retreating. In the next moment, he prepared to activate the soul-devouring clan's unique escape technique. He could travel thousands of miles in an instant. The shadow-like lightning suddenly turned into a human figure. He grabbed the soul-devouring clan expert by the neck. Light flowed on the human figure, and the space around him kept twisting. The soul-devouring clan expert's escape technique was instantly interrupted. Zi Chin. Seeing this human figure, the soul-devouring clan expert was shocked. He couldn't help but let out a low groan. His eyes were filled with despair. A cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. He exerted force in his hand, and a ray of golden light surged into the soul-devouring clan expert's body. His body exploded, and he died a violent death. In the distance, many warriors gathered together, but they didn't make a sound. The scene was dead silent. Die. In another direction, there was a sudden roar. A steel giant descended from the sky and landed among the beast race warriors. Boom! When he landed, the ground shook. Many beast race warriors lost their balance and were about to fall. A black ripple shook out from the steel giant, surging in all directions. The nearby beast race warriors were instantly sent flying by the impact of this energy, coughing up blood. Many of the warriors were sent flying, and many of them were heavily injured. At the same time, several human figures descended from the sky like heavenly soldiers and charged at the other beast race warriors. On the other side, the soul-devouring clan that had arrived had also suffered fatal attacks. Their leader was a tall woman. Her eyes were very gentle, but her attacks were extremely sharp and powerful. Blue lightning kept flashing out of her forehead. Wherever the lightning passed, the soul-devouring clan members' bodies exploded. Their souls shattered and they lost all consciousness. Zi Chen charged out with the 11 powerhouses and kept killing. Facing these powerhouses on the list, no one could fight back. The remaining soul-devouring clan members saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped. However, the Dax beasts who didn't know how to escape were in trouble. They didn't know how to escape, so they could only rely on their speed to escape. But how could they be faster than the powerhouses on the list? There were 3 parties here. Zi Chen's group appeared and chose to attack the soul-devouring clan and the Dax beasts. As for the humans, they didn't encounter any attacks. Seeing this, the human warriors stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. One of them asked in a small voice, "Sir, should we help?" The peak rank 9 powerhouse turned around and glared at his subordinate. Help my ass. Can't you see who they are? Helping is suicide. These were all powerhouses, and they were even stronger than Su-ho. These powerhouses didn't care about their status and killed. Anyone who dared to attack would be courting death. As soon as the battle started, the soul-devouring clan and the beast race army collapsed and started to flee. The human powerhouses stood there in a daze, unable to advance or retreat. This situation lasted until the end of the battle. By the time they realized what was happening, there were only corpses and human warriors left. Ziqin stood in the air with Manshur and the others behind him, looking down at the human warriors indifferently. Facing the 12 powerhouses on the list, the atmosphere was very tense. Many of the human warriors found it difficult to breathe, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The peak rank 9 powerhouse at the front raised his hand with difficulty and shouted, "Retreat!" With a whoosh, everyone scattered and fled into the distance. Looking at these sorry figures, Ziqin didn't attack. Return. When the humans disappeared from his sight, Ziqin turned around and stepped into the space passage, entering the small world. "How is it?" Tomb Keeper asked anxiously. "They've all retreated," Ziqin replied indifferently. Just as Ziqin and the others were killing, in other places outside the small world, groups of warriors gathered. They were scattered outside the various space nodes, and there were dozens of them. The news of the massacre quickly spread to the other groups. After hearing the news, Keith smiled faintly and said, "Ziqin really did bring people to attack. But so what? They only have 12 people, and we have dozens of groups. Once we attack at the same time, no one can stop us." Kusi had already expected this. In fact, the team he had sent out was just bait. What came next was the real attack, and they could enter the world of the dragons in one attack. Attack! Chapter 1702. At the same time outside the other spatial nodes, the rest of the powerhouses attacked at the same time. Outside the dragon world, nearly 100 attacks appeared all of a sudden. These attacks all landed on the designated spatial nodes. Boom! More than 100 attacks exploded, and spatial tunnels appeared one after another. The battle ended, and the group retreated. Mu Shou's expression trembled slightly, and his face turned ugly. "What's wrong?" Everyone noticed Mu Shou's abnormality. Mu Shou smiled bitterly and said, "They're here." "Where?" "Let's go and destroy them." Manshur immediately became spirited, and his body surged with battle intent. Just now, I felt dozens of spatial tunnels appear. They've already entered through those tunnels. Everyone was dumbfounded. There were dozens of tunnels, and they only had a dozen people. How could they kill their way through? Ziqin was not surprised. He glanced at Mu Shou and said, "We can't stop them. Go back and tell everyone about this. Don't hide it. Tell them to be careful when they go out." Mu Shou nodded and said, "That's the only way." In such a big world, there were too many coordinates that could be used. It was unrealistic to completely stop them. The only thing Ziqin could do now was to protect Mu Shou's tribe. Ziqin looked at the 11 people and said, "Next, we'll form groups of 4 and hunt the Soul Leader clan." The Soul Leader clan was born to suppress the natives. In their eyes, the natives were the real resources. When they found dragons and natives, the Soul Leader clan would not hesitate to attack the natives. The Soul Leader clan was the greatest threat to the natives. They were their natural nemesis, and they needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Suddenly, Ziqin waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Don't go." He thought of a very serious problem. If they deliberately targeted the natives in this world, it would be troublesome if they angered the true powerhouses of the Soul Eater clan. When the spatial tunnel was broken, the Soul Eater clan was the first to enter. After finding an open space, they took out materials and began to build a teleportation array. This was a teleportation array made of special materials. Once it was formed, it would hide in the ground and be difficult to detect. This special teleportation array came from the Soul Eater clan. Other forces bought it at a high price, and the Soul Eater clan was responsible for installing it. Driven by profit, the original enemy became the current partner. Once the teleportation array was completed, they would be able to connect to the corresponding teleportation platform. Following that, there would be an endless stream of powerhouses being teleported to this world. The first batch of experts walked in through the passageway. When they saw the giant dragons dancing in the sky, they couldn't help but cheer. A dragon's roar resounded in the sky. The shadows fell, and the dragons that had discovered these humans swooped down. One of the 9th Great Emperors shouted as he charged forward and launched an attack. Clang! A decent quality weapon struck the giant dragon's body, but a clanging sound was heard. Only 2 of the fine dragon scales on the giant dragon's body were broken. What? This 9th tier cultivator had a look of astonishment on his face. In the next instant, the huge dragon's dragon wings flapped, slicing over like a sharp weapon. Pooh! With a light sound, Ninefold's body was split into 2. The 9th level cultivator's soul decisively rushed out of the sea of consciousness, preparing to escape. A vast expanse of dragon flames spread down like a sea of flames, drowning the soul and the other 9 layers at the same time. Shrill screams resounded throughout the world. Idiot, those giant dragons are comparable to 9th tier cultivators. Their defense and strength are very strong. How can they be killed so easily? The Soul Eater clan, who was building a teleportation array, looked up at the scene in the sky and couldn't help but smile mockingly. Of the 5 humans who had just rushed up, only 1 managed to escape. The other 4 were all killed in battle. The giant dragon let out a proud roar. When it saw the many humans below, it swooped down. But this time, it didn't rush into the sky. A group of 9th tier cultivators appeared from the passageway and swarmed up. A giant dragon with strong defense and decent combat strength was beaten to death by a group of people just like that. Its corpse was dissected by a group of experts. At the same time, in other places, dragon hunting operations had also begun. There were countless giant dragons in this world. When the armies of the forces arrived and saw the black mass of giant dragons in the sky, they finally understood the true value of this world. What shocked them was that the flow of time in this world was much faster than in the battlefield of despair. Therefore, they also understood why Zichen was able to accomplish something that others couldn't do in hundreds of years in just 10 years. When all the forces arrived, they began to hunt the giant dragons. The newly arrived Soul Eater clan was looking for the natives. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the small world. Everyone, listen up. This voice spread to every corner of the small world in an instant. Every living thing could hear this voice clearly. Everyone looked up to find the source of the voice. My name is Zichen. I am the guardian of this world. Another voice rang out, causing a commotion among the humans. Hearing Zichen's voice again, Keith's expression became unnatural. He looked around and released his perception at the same time, afraid that Zichen would appear next to him in the next moment. The resources of this world are the giant dragons. If you want resources, feel free to use your strength. But the prerequisite is that you are not allowed to target the natives. You can take what I'm about to say as advice or as a threat. If any force dares to kill one of the natives, I will use all my strength to destroy that force. I don't care if you are a human, a beast, or a Soul Eater clan. Of course, the natives will not attack you. Zichen's voice spread to every corner of the small world. This was the most blatant threat, not advice. After hearing this voice, a beast on the list couldn't help but sneer. What a big mouth. I don't believe you have any tricks up your sleeve. Next to him, another beast expert said, Before we came, we specifically instructed not to provoke Zichen. His potential is comparable to Longfei. More importantly, he has the dragon soul. It's related to the boarding plan. Humph, he's lucky. At the same time, disdainful voices rang out from a few other places. Zi-Chen's name was very well known among the humans, but not all of the foreign races who came here knew him. Moreover, they were threatened as soon as they arrived. As experts, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Among the Dax foreign races, the lion people were definitely the strongest. After hearing Zi-Chen's threat, an expert from the royal side branch said coldly he's just a human. What a big mouth. Next to him, an expert from the Soul Eater clan said disdainfully, I want to see who will kill who when we meet. Under the universal bell, Mu Shou's face was slightly pale. Zi-Chen had only said a few words, but he had to use the universal bell to transmit them everywhere. It was very exhausting. Around them were all the warriors of the tribe. After hearing that the foreign races had invaded, they all rushed over. However, seeing that Mu Shou and Zi-Chen were both here, they slowly relaxed. Especially after hearing Zi-Chen's words just now, they felt their blood boil. What do we do now? Mu Shou sat on the ground and panted, not caring about his image. Of course I'm going out. Zi-Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Go out. Tombkeeper glared at him and said, You don't really think that those harsh words just now will scare them, do you? I admit that those words are very powerful, but not everyone will buy it. Of course I know that not everyone will buy it, so I'm going out. Zi-Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. This is called killing the chicken to warn the monkey, and also killing one to warn the 100. The coordinates have already been leaked. There will be many experts coming here soon. They don't care about the resources of the dragons. Their final goal will be the dragon tomb. When they know that they're not strong enough and retreat, we can go up. However, before that, we need to intimidate all the forces coming here. Only then can we guarantee that they won't dare to act recklessly after we enter the dragon tomb. Then how should we intimidate them? Every warrior here is very precious. Mu Shou was worried that Zi-Chen would send warriors to their deaths. Send out a team of 20 people. Fortune Teller, Heavenly Tao, Hidden Mist, and Manshur will lead them, Zi-Chen ordered. Mu Shou let out a sigh of relief. With 4 people leading the team, the safety factor would be increased a lot. Why not me? This big guy's speed can't keep up. Wu Xie stepped forward, looking a little dissatisfied. Whose speed can't keep up? Man sure stared at Wu Xie. Of course it's you. Why don't we compete? Let's compete. All right, what's there to compete about? It's not like I'm asking you to fight. Man sure can block the others at the critical moment to prevent danger from happening. Zi-Chen stopped the two's argument and said, When you go out tomorrow, if you see someone attacking, just resist and run. It's best if everyone is injured, but don't die. Isn't that admitting defeat? Manshur said. It's not admitting defeat, it's showing weakness. Zi-Chen emphasized. If we can't fight, then what's the point? Manshur curled his lips, looking dissatisfied. When Wu Xie heard this, he smiled proudly. It's not bad to admit defeat. Why don't you go? Not interested. Zi-Chen couldn't stand the two of them and directly ordered, Remember, don't fight back and don't hurt anyone. Don't ruin it. Man sure nodded unhappily, while the 3 titled warriors chuckled. The next day, the team of 24 people set off. They used the dragon hunting flag to lure other forces and deliberately create friction. After leaving the tribe, Man sure didn't say anything and dropped 3 giant dragons from the sky. A group of tribal warriors admired Man sure's combat strength very much. They stepped forward and prepared to dissect the dragon corpse. Man sure said, Don't dissect it, just carry it. Carry it. A group of warriors who didn't know the purpose was surprised. The other 3 couldn't help but nod and said, It seems that the big guy also has great wisdom. Carrying the giant dragon made them a bigger target. On the way forward, they met a human team. When they first saw a group of natives, their eyes lit up. But in the next moment, when they saw 4 humans in the team, their expressions changed dramatically and they didn't dare to move. Man Sure deliberately led people forward, and the group of humans immediately retreated. This repeated twice, and Man Sure left with a sullen face. Chapter 1703. Looking at the group leaving, another human cultivator sighed and said, "That's right. With such delicious bait, some faction will definitely take the bait and run out of luck. However, it definitely won't be a human faction." All the humans nodded in agreement. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a person could be so powerful. Zi Chen's strength was unquestionable. Although he was currently ranked 78th, he had only used a few moves to injure Hu Fo during his battle. He hadn't even displayed his true battle prowess yet. There were rumors that Zi Chen currently had the qualifications to enter the top 50. When they heard this, they didn't think it was an exaggeration at all. Instead, they firmly believed that Zi Chen could definitely do it. Unlucky, truly unlucky. Along the way, Man Sure had a gloomy expression. They had already encountered 3 groups of outsiders, but unfortunately, they were all humans. Who didn't know that they had caused such a ruckus in 9-tier city? When these people saw that there were 4 powerhouses on the list in the group, they didn't have any thoughts of attacking them. The group of 20 warriors carrying the giant dragons puffed out their chests as they advanced. Wherever they passed, they encountered too many invaders, but not a single one dared to attack them. It was as if they had all been scared stiff by Zi Chen's words. However, when they heard Man Sure continuously complain about how unlucky they were, they quickly understood the purpose of this trip. It turned out that they were all bait. This time, they had come specifically to fish. "Don't worry, we'll encounter them eventually," the fortune teller said. "Then you calculate when we'll encounter them." Man Sure looked at the fortune teller. "Such a small matter is worth calculating. What do you take me for?" "I'm just a street performer," the fortune teller said unhappily. After another hour, they finally encountered a faction that wasn't human. It was the Dax tribe. There are dozens of 9th tier cultivators. When they suddenly saw Man Sure's group, they were all stunned. At the front of the group, a beast tribe member's eyes revealed a ferocious light as he stared fixedly at the giant dragons. Almost instinctively, a few people walked out, but they were immediately reprimanded by the leader. "We don't kill people. We only want to steal the giant dragons." That beast tribe member turned around and said, "Sir has clearly instructed us not to act rashly. Follow me." The leader's attitude was firm. He turned around and left as if he didn't want to stay a moment longer. No beast tribe member dared to disobey, so they all left. He didn't even want the prey that was sent to him. Looking at the Dax alien leaving, Man Sure was a little dumbfounded and even more depressed. However, this time, he didn't stay gloomy for too long before he encountered another foreign race. There were 2 factions. One was the Dax Outlander race, which was a powerful lion race. The other was the soul-devouring race, which had 10 or so people with cold gazes. It would be a waste not to kill the prey that came knocking on my door. The Dax Lion Beast Man was brimming with killing intent. He had already ignored Zi Chen's warning yesterday. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shantiandio said, "Retreat, retreat quickly." "Don't you think it's too late for you to retreat now?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the side. It was the soul-devouring clan's expert. Swoosh! Seeing this person, the fortune teller immediately took out the Book of Destiny and shot out a ray of light. This ray of light did not take the form of a human figure. Instead, it formed a spatial cage, trapping the other party. The soul-devouring clan, who had a deep understanding of space, did not rush out immediately. Everyone began to retreat. The group of 100 people in front of them flew towards them. Soon, the 2 sides met and a battle erupted. This battle was completely one-sided. Man Sher's group of 24 couldn't win at all and kept retreating. As they retreated, the 20 natives had wounds all over their bodies. There were also some savage, soul-devouring clan members who had already launched soul attacks. However, before they could destroy the souls of these warriors, they were forced out by the mist shadow, unable to use their full power and kill. The 4 of them had a hard time fighting this battle. Man Sher, you bring up the rear. We'll go first. In the end, the group really couldn't win. They had to let Man Sher bring up the rear. Go quickly! Man Sher shouted. Black light surged around him as he transformed into a steel giant with a powerful aura. Feeling this aura that was not much stronger than theirs, the Dax Outlanders curled their lips in disdain, but they did not stop attacking. One of the experts mocked. Look at how big you are after transforming. How can you only have this much skill? Black light swirled around him as energy surged. Man Sher charged forward, and his enormous body was like a moving mountain as he knocked back the Dax Outlanders. As for the soul-devouring clan members, they had already gone to chase after Shantian and the others. Die! Man Sher roared madly as he continued to attack. However, he could only force them back and could not kill them. On the contrary, there were many wounds on his body and blood flowed from them. In the distance, the mist shadow looked at Man Sher from afar and couldn't help but praise. This big guy is not only smart, but his acting skills are also so good. As he spoke, he also used all his strength to force back the wolf-like, soul-devouring clan members. Man Sher was finally defeated and had no choice but to retreat. The Dax Outlanders started to chase, but under their continuous attacks, more and more wounds appeared on Man Sher's body, but he still didn't die. The soul-devouring clan members chasing at the front were also very depressed because they hadn't killed a single person yet. As they continued to chase, they would encounter other factions. When those factions saw that there was a battle here, they all retreated far away. Some of the human factions even had expressions of schadenfreude. The 3 dragons had already been lost, and Shantian and the others were in a very sorry state. Feeling that they had chased far enough, the soul-devouring clan members could only helplessly stop and watch as their prey escaped. The opponents' attacks were clearly not strong and couldn't threaten them at all. But up until now, not a single person had died. At this moment, energy ripples came from behind them. It was that big guy running over. Kill him. The depressed, soul-devouring clan members turned around and charged at Man Sher. Since they had attacked, they had to kill at least one person. With the arrival of many soul attacks, Man Sher's body swayed, but he didn't slow down. After forcing the souls of the soul-devouring clan members out of his mind, he turned into a streak of black light and flew away. Damn it, we let him get away. Is this guy a cockroach? He can't even die like that. The experts were all very depressed and could only helplessly return. At this moment, a voice came from afar. You attacked the natives, but didn't kill them all. Zi-Chen will be here soon. Hurry up and run. Run? Are you kidding me? It's just Zi-Chen, the lion man with the royal bloodline, said disdainfully. The human who kindly reminded them smiled, but in his heart he was cursing these people for being idiots. One should know that there were 4 experts on the list in the team just now. These idiots attacked the experts on the list and even beat Man Sher into such a state. Even a fool could understand what was going to happen next. Unfortunately, these foreign tribes were too arrogant and didn't know the experts on the list like Man Sher. The human leader waved his hand. An entire team immediately retreated. However, they didn't retreat. Instead, they waited to watch a good show. The fish had taken the bait, and their goal had been achieved. The real master would appear soon. Zi-Chen, who had been waiting in the tribe, didn't wait for the others to return and walked out. After that, everyone gathered and moved forward again at a speed far faster than before. He's here. Zi-Chen is here. He's really here. Looks like this time, Zi-Chen is going to kill one to warn the others. I'm curious. Can Ziqin really annihilate the other party's tribe? Hearing that a force was attacking the natives, many forces came to join in the fun. They just happened to see Ziqin with a murderous aura. Under the attention of many forces, these two forces seemed very proud. After all, among so many forces, only they dared to attack the natives. They seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. They didn't speed up their retreat, so they were quickly caught up. Feeling the murderous aura in the sky, they all turned around and looked at the sky. They saw Ziqin. Ziqin turned into a golden light and came over. His body was surging with murderous aura. Behind him were the 24 people who had just fled in panic. You really came. Then let me see if you're as strong as you said. The Lion Man sneered. The soul-devouring expert also revealed a cruel smile. The two of them directly flew up and blocked in front of Ziqin. Ziqin stopped 100 meters away from the two of them. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You're Ziqin, the guy who shouted arrogantly yesterday and shamelessly said that he would annihilate the other tribes. Before Ziqin, who was filled with undisguised murderous intent, could speak, the 9th-level outsider spoke first. His expression was very arrogant. In the distance, many forces stopped and quietly watched the scene. The expressions of the foreign tribes among them didn't change much. However, the human forces shook their heads. Some people couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. They could tell at a glance that the 9th-level outsider hadn't entered the list yet. However, he dared to speak to Ziqin with such an attitude. They couldn't understand whether this guy was really stupid or just plain stupid. It seemed that many people couldn't bear to look at this guy's ending. Ziqin didn't say anything. He just waited for the 24 people to arrive. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Another indifferent voice sounded. It was the soul-devouring expert. Well, one to die wasn't enough. Now there's another to die. Ziqin's gaze swept across the two of them. Then it swept across the 100 foreign tribes below. He was still speechless. The 24 people arrived. Each of them was covered in wounds and looked very miserable. Ziqin spoke for the first time. His words were very cold. It was as if the temperature in the air had dropped by a lot. Is it them? It's them. These guys came up and stole our harvest without saying anything. After that, they wanted to kill us all. They were the ones who did it. It was these two who led it. Even if they turned into ashes, I would recognize them. A heavily injured warrior walked out, pointing at these people and speaking with righteous indignation. Very good. Ziqin nodded. His cold voice resounded through the sky. Chapter 1704. Those who attack the natives will have their entire clan wiped out. Ziqin's voice, which was filled with cold killing intent, resounded through heaven and earth. With him as the center, the power of space began to distort violently, and a powerful aura surged out from his body. The air within a radius of a few thousand meters seemed to have become viscous, and the spatial pressure increased greatly. Many people felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. This is the power of a powerhouse on the list. Just releasing his aura is already so powerful. Ziqin is angry. They are going to suffer. They are unlucky to have provoked Ziqin on purpose. Voices sounded from afar, and many people were gloating. The two powerhouses at the front felt the oppressive aura, and their expressions changed slightly. Just by sensing his aura, they could tell that this guy who had just entered the 9th level was indeed very strong, and was almost on par with them. But there were two of them, and there were more than 100 people below. They were not afraid of Ziqin's mere 25 people. The aura around the Lion Man also began to surge, and the uncomfortable feeling in his heart immediately dissipated. He snorted coldly and said, "How arrogant of you to want to wipe out my entire clan. Do you know that I am of the Lion Emperor's bloodline?" Before the 9-fold Lion Beast Man could finish a sentence, Ziqin attacked. His attack was so powerful that it caused heaven and earth to change color, so it was not a sneak attack. A fingerprint that emitted silver light appeared in the sky, and with the power to change the color of heaven and earth, it fell toward the two. Silver light flickered on the fingerprint, and the silver light was made of lightning. As the fingerprint appeared, thunder and explosions sounded continuously between heaven and earth. The deafening sound was as if the end of the world had arrived in advance. The killing intent sealed the two, and the space suppressed them. For a moment, the two felt a strong sense of death. The two looked at each other, and their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shone with a strong light of energy, and they mobilized their strength to the limit, finally breaking free from the spatial suppression. After breaking free from the spatial suppression, the two figures flew out, one on the left and one on the right. The fingerprints almost brushed past their bodies as they fell. The tiny flashing lightning landed on their defenses, causing crackling sounds of thunder to explode. In the end, it was the aftermath of the lightning and could not cause any substantial damage to the two. This caused their faces to be filled with confidence and disdain. The finger imprint did not dissipate. Instead, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, it descended to the ground. On the ground, there were close to 100 powerful beings. Looking at the descending finger imprint, their faces were ashen. The reason for that was because this attack contained an enormous spatial pressure, causing their bodies to be unable to move in the slightest. It was as if they had sunk deep into a quagmire. How was this attack aimed at the two experts in the air? It was clearly aimed at them. Just as the finger seal was about to descend, in this critical moment of life and death, some existences at the edge erupted with their potential. They struggled free from the spatial suppression and retreated in horror. The gigantic finger imprint slammed down, striking the three of them. Facing such a powerful attack, the defense they put up was shattered like tofu. Their bodies were pulverized by this power. After crushing them, the finger imprint landed on the ground, and the earth suddenly trembled. The fingerprints, which were already shining with silver light, immediately exploded with a dazzling light. The endless thunderbolts contained in the fingerprints spread out in all directions like serpents, drowning those non-humankind beings who didn't manage to escape in time. The earth trembled as lightning wreaked havoc. Violent ripples spread out in all directions, and miserable shrieks resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In the sky, the faces of the two experts were already pale. Zi Chen's attack wasn't aimed at them at all, but it made them feel a sense of danger. This attack was meant to kill the people below. It was meant to kill 100 of them. Although it couldn't kill all of them, at least 20 of them were at the center of the violent energy. In the face of such violent energy, they had no chance of survival. The entire world became silent because of Zi Chen's attack. Only the ripples of energy could be seen spreading out. The violent energy gradually dissipated, and a 1,000-meter-deep crater appeared on the ground. From the crater, cries for help could be heard. Everyone present was a cultivator, and they all had spiritual senses. They didn't need to use their eyes to see at all. Their spiritual senses were able to sense the situation. 28 were dead, 16 were severely injured, and 50 were lightly injured. Very few were unharmed. This is the power of a powerhouse on the list. Sensing this result, everyone's faces were filled with shock. And looking at the two experts who were still very arrogant just a moment ago, their faces were now completely pale. The indifferent Zi Chen looked at the two of them and said, "What did you say just now? Which race are you from?" Zi Chen's voice was not cold, and even his killing intent was restrained. However, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. This was fear. For the first time, the two of them felt that they shouldn't have offended Zi Chen. "Let's go." Almost without hesitation, the two of them thought of running away at the same time. They shouted at the same time, turned around and ran. Below, after hearing this, the other foreign races who were unharmed also ignored their injured companions and ran. It's too late. Zi Chen's indifferent voice resounded through the world. Behind him, the void broke open and a golden fist aura, like the fallen Xing Chen, whizzed forward. Feeling the fatal fluctuations behind them, the two of them could only turn around and resist together. Light flashed, and the two of them put up their strongest defense to resist this attack. Boom! The golden fist aura rushed forward, and the powerful force sent the two of them flying. At the same time, the fist aura did not weaken and landed on the ground. This fist aura exploded among the fleeing foreign races, causing a large number of deaths and injuries. The two of them who were sent flying coughed up blood and were severely injured. Zi Qin stood there without moving. Just 2 attacks had injured them. After killing more than half of the 9th stage, the two of them finally felt how powerful Zi Qin was. Go back. Without wiping the blood from the corner of their mouths, the two of them gritted their teeth and flew toward the teleportation array. In this situation, they could only return to their forces and find the experts on the list to resolve it. Zi Chan watched the two of them escape. Some of the living beings below also ran away. Zi Chen said, "Coldly kill the rest." Man Shi and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed down. Next, it was a massacre. Those who were severely injured or lightly injured were all killed. Now that the 4 of them no longer hid their strength, they could kill 1 or even several people with a single attack. However, there were still more than 10 foreign races and 5 members of the soul-devouring race who took the opportunity to escape. The forces in the distance saw it clearly and did not think that these people were lucky to escape. On the contrary, they were able to escape because Zi Qin needed them to stay alive. Because Zi Chen's ultimate goal was to intimidate. Intimidating would lead to extermination. Simply killing 100 people was useless. Zi Qin chased after them. He was not fast, but he could keep up with them. Both sides maintained a certain distance. The 24 of them followed closely behind. He really caught up. Well, this time he won't be able to return. The 9th stage Lion Man's eyes flashed coldly. Until now, he still did not feel that he had caused a disaster. Looking at the scene in the sky, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Zi Qin did not move from his spot. 2 attacks, and he was already so powerful. This Zi Qin was indeed powerful. No wonder before they came, the leaders of the forces kept telling them not to provoke Zi Qin. At this moment, some of the foreign races were feeling extremely fortunate. Lucky that they were not the ones who attacked. Zi Chen was clearly going to chase them to the forces where they were. A true battle was about to erupt. Let's go and take a look. That's the foreign race's territory. So what? We're allies now. The forces were not in the mood to hunt the giant dragon, so they turned and followed. The remaining people finally escaped to the teleportation formation. The 9th stage Lion Man and the soul-devouring race separated and entered a teleportation formation. Zi Chen's cold voice sounded again. Go back and wait. Don't run. I'll find you soon. These words were clearly directed at the remaining members of the soul-devouring race, because Zi Chen immediately entered the teleportation formation that the Dax foreign race had escaped through. He really went. Let's hurry and leave too. The other forces followed and entered the teleportation formation one after another. The 9th stage Lion Man appeared from the teleportation formation. Without waiting for the others to surround him, he flew out of the teleportation formation and shouted, "Alert! Enemy attack!" His voice resounded like thunder, spreading to every corner of the force. Among the forces, light flashed. Many experts flew into the air and arrived in front of the 9th stage. A Lion Man asked, "Where is the enemy?" He pointed at the teleportation formation and said, "They'll be coming from here soon." Light flashed again, and the teleportation formation was surrounded. However, this was not safe. The ninth stage, Lion Man, shouted again, "Zi-Chin massacred us in the small world. Now he's coming to kill us. I hope that the lords will show themselves." The lords here were the experts on the rankings. Not everyone knew Zi-Chen's name. Many of the foreign races were confused. At this moment, a storm suddenly swept through the teleportation formation. Within this energy storm, Zi-Chin appeared, flashing with golden light. "Those who attack the natives will have their entire race wiped out." Zi-Chin appeared. His voice resounded among the forces, and a powerful force surged out from him. Facing this pressure, the people surrounding him retreated again and again. Their faces were filled with shock. Zi-Chin formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed forward. A golden sword light that was dozens of meters long left his fingertips and slashed forward. Pooh! Pooh! With this attack, more than a dozen foreign races were cut in half. The rest of the foreign races retreated in horror and shouted at the same time. In Zi-Chen's hand, golden sword chi appeared one after another. The sound of the sword cutting flesh rang out. In a short moment, he attacked more than a dozen times. Within 100 meters of Zi-Chen, there were no foreign races left alive. The foreign races just now had either run away or become corpses. The 9-fold lion beast man who had fled earlier was completely horrified. Zi-Chen stepped forward and stood in the air. His eyes flashed with killing intent. 24 people appeared and stood behind Zi-Chen. After that, it was the busybodies. They hid far away and watched the show. When they saw the piles of corpses on the ground, they were extremely shocked. "How dare you come to the Lion Emperor's territory and behave so atrociously? Are you courting death?" Chapter 1705. Following that cold voice, a ranking expert of the alien races appeared in the sky. He was a lion man, and his body glowed with a faint golden light. Among the alien races, golden light represented imperial status. "Lord Lion Mark. It's Lord Lion Mark. I didn't expect it to be Lord Lion Mark." The 9-fold lion man who had escaped earlier saw this powerhouse on the list, and his tense heart completely relaxed. He flashed in front of Lion Mark and respectfully bowed. Then he pointed at Zi-Chen and said, "My lord, this person killed innocent people in the small world we discovered. The people I brought were all killed by him. He even threatened to exterminate our clan." Lion Tattoo was extremely tall. He stood in the air with a gloomy expression on his face. After hearing the words of the 9-fold lion, he coldly snorted. He glanced at Zi-Chen and coldly said, "You dare to come here and cause trouble? Since when did humans become so bold? Since you have the guts to come here, you shouldn't be a nobody. Quickly report your name." "It's Lord Lion Mark. He's ranked 97th. He's at the peak of the 9th order. Lord Lion Mark is here. That human is finished. For him to come here and cause trouble, he's purely courting death." The alien races all cheered upon learning that it was Lion Mark. They didn't recognize Zi-Chen, nor had they heard of Zi-Chen. However, they knew that Lion Mark was a powerful ranking expert. The distant humans who were waiting to watch a good show couldn't help but shake their heads. Looking at the cheering alien races, their expressions became very sorrowful. Lion Mark was only ranked 97th. He was only slightly stronger than Suho, but Zi-Chan was ranked 78th. Just his ranking alone was enough to suppress him. Since he dared to challenge Zi-Chen, this Lion Mark guy was simply courting death. Everyone looked at Lion Mark with pity in their eyes. Clearly, this ranking expert that the alien races had placed their hopes on was about to die. "Zi-Chen," said Zi-Chen indifferently, "I've never heard of you. It seems you're not a famous person. Now you'll pay the price for your arrogance with your death," said Lion Mark coldly. Lion Mark said coldly. Power rippled out from his body, and the faint golden light around him grew thicker. Then he charged towards Zichin. Seeing this scene, some of the humans couldn't help but cover their faces, wondering if this guy was an idiot. It was fine that he couldn't see the situation clearly, but now that Zichin had announced himself, could it be that he came from the mountains and had never heard of the name Zichin? Anyone who knew Zichin knew that he had killed Suho and Huefo and was now ranked 78th on the list. This was the most basic understanding of Zichin. Lion Mark had indeed never heard of Zichin, and he had indeed just returned from a trip. When he saw the humans coming here to kill, he didn't think much of it and immediately rushed forward. After all, the person who had come was only in the early stage of the 9th heaven. Even if he was somewhat extraordinary, he was definitely not a match for him, a 9th heaven peak stage cultivator who was also on the roll. When he arrived in front of Zichin, Lion Mark's lips curled into a cold smile. Behind him, the image of a huge beast appeared. This was an illusory lion with a golden halo circulating around its body. It was a lion man's totem, and the display of totem power was already considered to have used its full strength. Lion Mark was obviously arrogant, but he was not careless. He had used his full strength from the start. He clenched his fist and punched toward Zichin. The lion behind him roared, and his already powerful strength became even more ferocious at this moment. This attack was befitting of the opponent's status as a powerhouse on the roll. Normally, this would be a rare battle, and it would be enough to cause many people to cheer and shake their hearts. And this was indeed the case. The foreign races cheered even louder, and their expressions were incomparably excited. Compared to the lively atmosphere on the foreign races' side, the human side was much quieter. They were not moved by Lion Mark's powerful attack, and all of them were expressionless. They admitted that this attack was very powerful, but his opponent was Zichin, an early-stage 9th heaven cultivator who had the qualifications to enter the top 50 of the martial rankings. Compared to Lion Mark, Zichin was stronger. The fist light arrived, and the energy surged, mixed with Lion Mark's sinister smile. Zichin looked at the fist with a calm expression. On his chest, 9 dazzling golden Xingqin stars appeared. The golden Xingqin stars rotated and connected together. 9 stars aligned. The Thunder King physique was completely activated, and a violent aura erupted from Zichin's body. This power stirred up the space, causing the sky and earth to change color. Zichin clenched his fist and punched forward. The same fist shone with golden light. Fist against fist. Everyone raised their heads to look at the 2 fist lights, one big and one small. Because of his physique, Zichin's fist was not big. Compared to Lion Mark, it was like a millstone compared to a basin. There was a clear difference. However, the power contained in Zichin's fist was much stronger than Lion Mark's. As soon as Zichin's fist appeared, Lion Mark's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he could no longer stop the momentum of his fist. He could only fight head-on. It was too late to retreat. The moment the 2 fists collided, the lion behind him let out a roar. Then, the lion dissipated into specks of golden light and merged with Lion Mark's body, adding a layer of defense. This was the totem protection, a top defensive technique of the beast race. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and a deafening sound was heard. The fist light exploded, and the golden energy was violent and scattered in all directions. The 2 of them were instantly drowned by this energy. The golden light was too dazzling, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Some of the weaker ones had already begun to cry. They could not see the battle clearly at all. As for their spiritual senses, they would be crushed by the violent energy as soon as they probed into the golden energy. The violent golden light lasted for a long time, and during this time the 2 of them did not appear. When they gradually adapted to the existence of the golden light, everyone slowly opened their eyes. The violent golden energy was slowly dissipating. All the alien races held their breaths and looked at the sky expectantly. wondering if Lord Lionmark had finished off the enemy in one move. The golden light dissipated, and a person appeared in the sky. He had indeed finished off the enemy in one move. However, it was not Lionmark who had finished off the human. It was the human who had killed Lionmark. Only Zichen stood in the sky, holding a heart in his hand. The heart was still beating, and every time it beat, a powerful surge of energy would surge, causing the space to tremble. All the alien races were stunned. They recognized that blood-red heart with golden light. It was Lord Lionmark's heart. A powerful expert on the list had been killed in one move, and even his body had been destroyed. How is this possible? This is impossible. He's a strong cultivator on the ranking list. How could Master Sherwin be killed in one strike? Who is this Zichen? The 9th rank outsider's eyes were wide with disbelief. Looking at the indifferent and confident Zichen holding the heart, he felt regret for the first time. Perhaps this time he had really caused trouble. Compared to the alien races who had lost their composure, the humans were much calmer. The difference between their rankings was too great, and Lionmark's death was inevitable. However, they were still surprised that Lionmark could be killed in one move. Zichen put away the heart, and his cold eyes swept past the pale level 9 Lionmark. Then he swept his gaze across the alien races who were still in a state of shock. He said indifferently, "Exterminate the entire race. Show no mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light shot out from behind him, heading straight for the alien races. It was the 4 members of the Shantian Dao. They began to kill without any scruples. They attacked with all their strength, and they killed in one move. Looks like Zichen is serious this time. He's really slaughtering. This race is in big trouble. Looks like Zichen is really angry. The humans looked at each other. They had thought that Zichen was just trying to intimidate them and make an example out of them. They didn't expect him to be serious this time. Not only did he not leave after killing an expert on the ranking list, he even wanted to exterminate the human race. Below there was a massacre. All kinds of screams, cries, and curses rang out continuously. The alien races could still form a group and launch counterattacks. However, the 4 people they were facing were all top experts on the list. This kind of resistance was just courting death. The level 9 Lionmark was shocked and terrified that the level 9 Lionmark did not appear. Looking at the 4 people who were like wolves and tigers, and thinking back to the power they had displayed before, he suddenly realized. This was a trap set by Zichen. He had deliberately sent people out to make an example out of them. Realizing this, his face turned pale. He finally knew that he was in trouble. Many people had died, but he was still alive because Zichen wanted him to live. Knowing that this was a trap, he wanted to escape. However, a strong killing intent locked onto him, and he did not dare to move at all. He had already collapsed. This time it was very likely that because of his impulsiveness he had harmed an entire clan. That was an entire clan. The other experts on the list did not appear. They should know how terrifying Zichen was. He was very regretful. Why didn't he carefully inquire about Zichen? Why didn't he remember his master's orders? Why did he have to provoke Zichen? Enough. You're only ranked 78th on the human list. Do you really think there's no one here? Just as the level 9 Lionmark was in despair, a cold voice rang out. The space between heaven and earth began to distort. At the center of the distortion, a spatial tunnel appeared and a tall figure walked out. This was also a Lionmark, but he was even taller than the previous one. As soon as he appeared, he coldly stared at Zichen. Knowing that Zichen was ranked 78th, he obviously had some understanding of Zichen. Since he dared to appear now, he definitely had the confidence to deal with Zichen. It's Master Hank. It's him. He's ranked 70 on the list. There's hope. The level 9 Lionmark recognized this expert, and hope rekindled in his heart. However, in the next moment, Zichen used his absolute power to extinguish the flames of hope that had just been ignited in his heart. Facing the expert on the list, Hank, Zichen only threw out a single punch, the same punch that killed Lionmark. This punch forced Hank to retreat. Immediately after, Zichen stretched out his hand and gestured at Hank, giving him the middle finger. Accompanying this middle finger was a finger imprint that emitted the light of thunder. This finger imprint was flowing with gold and silver. It was actually the power of thunder of two completely different attributes. After that, the thunder finger imprint touched Hank's body. Chapter 1706. Hank was dead. An expert on the leaderboard, who far surpassed the Lionmark, had died just like that. 2 strikes. Zichen had only attacked twice and delivered 2 strikes. Looking at the lifeless corpse of Hank on the ground, the scene was deathly silent. All the foreign races were dumbfounded and found it hard to believe. Experts on the leaderboard were rarely seen. They were definitely the top existences in this world. But today, 2 of such top existences had died. How could this be? This is impossible. How could he kill Lord Hank? The 9th level Lion Man who was still alive was so scared that his face was drained of color. The humans who were calm earlier were no longer calm. They never expected that Zichen would kill the 70th ranked expert so casually. One had to know that Zichen was ranked 78th, 8 ranks lower than the Lion Man. If someone was in the 9-fold Royal Sky City now, they would definitely discover that all the cultivators in the city were looking up at the dazzling golden leaderboard that reached into the clouds. On the leaderboard, 2 names lit up. One of them was the 50th ranked expert, and the other was the 78th ranked Zichen. The 50th ranked expert's ranking fell by 1 place to the 51st rank. The remaining existences also fell by 1 place. The 78th ranked Zichen's ranking jumped to the 50th rank in 1 fell swoop. Entering the martial leaderboard depended on one's combat strength. As long as one's attack exceeded a certain limit, they would be able to enter the leaderboard. Zichen entered the top 50. Could it be that his current combat strength is comparable to the top 50 of the martial leaderboard? In the 9-fold Royal Sky City, the human cultivators discussed animatedly. As the golden light faded, the leaderboard returned to normal. Zichen was ranked 50th, and his followers were still on the leaderboard. However, the original 80th position changed. Yi Ming's name was written on it. Yi Ming's ranking actually surpassed a few of Zichen's 11 followers. The foreign races completely despaired when they saw Hank killed in 2 moves. They no longer tried to resist and directly fled. The 9th level Lion Man also wanted to flee, but the killing intent was still locked onto him. Not far away, the 20 indigenous warriors had not made a move, but they were more excited than if they had made a move themselves. Since no one is coming out, then kill them all. Zichen's indifferent voice resounded throughout the area. More and more people ran out of the faction. All kinds of shouts rang out, and the entire faction was in chaos. To be able to enter the 78th rank at a mere early 9th rank, and even kill the 70-year-old Hank. Zichen, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. That strike just now could barely reach the 50th rank on the martial rankings. Everyone says that you are the next Long Fei, and it seems that they are not lying. You are indeed comparable to the Long Fei from back then. An ancient voice rang out, and an old Lion Man appeared in the sky. The other party had used teleportation. Seeing this old man, Zichen's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a sense of threat from this old man. With the appearance of the Lion Man Elder, the chaotic scene became quiet. All of the outsiders raised their heads, but their faces were not filled with excitement, but rather with confusion. Unexpectedly, no one recognized this old man. Zichen looked at this old man with a cautious expression. He had killed over 10,000 Daxus outsiders, so he understood them very well. These outsiders had the strongest physical bodies, followed by their energy. Their souls were weak, and their comprehension of space was practically zero. For such a race to have an existence capable of teleportation, it could be seen that this person was not ordinary. Even the current Ziqin could not teleport without the heavenly lightning wings. Just in terms of comprehension of space, this Lion Man Elder was stronger than Ziqin. Out of caution, lightning flashed on Ziqin's back as he summoned the heavenly lightning wings. In front of his eyes, the space seemed to have changed, and Ziqin's senses became sharper. "Little guy, you came to the wrong place to show off here," the Lion Man Elder said indifferently as he looked at Ziqin. With his level of existence, he clearly knew what was going on. "Whether I came to the wrong place or not, we'll only know after we fight." Ziqin's lightning wings flapped, and spatial energy rippled out like water. The Lion Man Elder frowned slightly. Using his senses, he found that the space in front of him had changed. It had become very solid, like a sturdy wall without any gaps. Of course, he could not teleport. Ziqin smiled. With his lightning wings, his comprehension of space surpassed the Lion Man Elder's. The Lion Man Elder looked at the confident Ziqin and shook his head. "Just fighting won't do. You killed so many members of my royal family. No matter what, you'll have to pay with your life. Of course, if you're willing to give me your dragon, I can consider letting you go." "You're talking about Lei Long." "Yes, I understand." Ziqin nodded his head before taking a deep look at the bewildered, ninefold Lion Man. Clearly the older, the wiser. He had completely predicted that Ziqin would kill the chicken to warn the monkey, so he intentionally sent the 9th layer Lion Man Elder to lead the team. The Lion Man Elder did not know the Lion Man Elder's plan, nor did he know his identity. Ziqin guessed that the Lion Man Elder was sent because the Lion Man Elder was used to being arrogant and domineering. He did not put anything in his eyes. Coupled with a few words of encouragement, the Lion Man Elder had come today. Ziqin was scheming against them, but he did not know that these people were also scheming against him. Their goal was the lightning dragon. In other words, many experts of the Soul Devourer race had gathered at the other end of the teleportation formation. Their goal was also the lightning dragon. Everyone was at a loss. They did not know what the two of them were up to. Even Shantian and the others did not understand. Ziqin knew that the lightning dragon was the key to activating the dragon boat. He was well aware of the lightning dragon's value, so with just a few words from the Lion Man Elder, Ziqin understood that this was a scheme. But not everyone knew. At the very least, the two fellows who had died earlier did not know. Or it could be that the guy called Hank was too arrogant and wanted to test his strength. In the end, he was killed. Understanding everything, Ziqin said indifferently, "Very good. Using an entire tribe as a bet, it seems like you are also a gambler. However, with just you alone, I don't think you have the confidence to beat us all. Call the others out. You are very smart. Since I chose this place, I naturally have to be fully prepared. But you are also wrong. I don't like to gamble. I like to scheme. Schemes with 100% chance of success." While they were talking, another 4 people rushed out from below. It was obvious that these 4 people were all experts on the ranking list. Among them, one of them was the lord that the 9-layered lion was talking about. His expression changed, as if he had seen his pillar of support. He shouted, "Lord." One of the 4 lion men turned around and looked at him. He nodded at him and said, "Once this matter is over, I will remember your contribution." This 9th layer Lion Man Elder had instantly returned from hell to heaven. He had thought that he had caused a great disaster. Not only would he not be able to protect his own life, but he might also implicate his brothers. He had not expected that the situation would turn around and he would become a meritorious subject. The Lion Man Elder looked at Ziqin and asked, 5 against 5, "What do you think the odds of victory are?" Ziqin shook his head and said indifferently, "You call this 100% chance of success? If it were me, I would have found at least 20 experts on the list. The Lion Man elder, who had always been calm and confident, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. What did you think the experts on the rankings were? In such a large tribe, there were only 100 of them. They could be easily found. Experts rely on quality, not quantity. I am ranked 30 on the list, and 4 of them are ranked 70 on the list. We can't deal with the 5 of you. Once these words were said, everyone was in an uproar. The despairing outsider's expression suddenly became excited. As for the human side, their expressions changed. They had not expected things to develop to this extent. This was a scheme within a scheme. These 5 people were ranked at the top and were very strong. On the surface, Zichen's group did not have any advantage at all. So this is why you are so confident. One of you is 30, and the others are all below 70. It is naturally enough to deal with the few of us. Then you can choose to hand over the dragon's soul. Zichen smiled mockingly and said, Even if I hand over the dragon's soul, I will not be able to walk out of here. The Lion Man elder asked, Why? My goal is only the dragon's soul. Zichen mocked, You are old and I am still young. You are afraid of my potential. You are afraid that I will one day become an existence like Long Fei and destroy your tribe. The Lion Man elder's gaze turned cold. You are very smart. This time I will not let you go. Zichen said, You are also very smart. Unfortunately, you are too smart and ended up being misled by your own intelligence. I don't care if it is your scheme or someone else behind it. Today, I will definitely destroy your tribe. The Lion Man elder sneered. You are very confident. Zichen did not speak anymore. A long saber with a scabbard appeared in his hand. The scabbard was completely black, and the hilt that Zichen grabbed was also pitch black. Zichen held the scabbard in his left hand and held the saber in front of his chest. His right hand was on the hilt, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gradually exerted force. He was as calm as an ancient well and did not retreat at all because the other party was 30 on the list. The surrounding people held their breaths, and all of them stared at the sky with wide eyes. Zichen and the Lion Man elder were standing opposite each other. The 20 natives were full of worry. The human cultivators were also feeling uneasy. On the other hand, the outsiders who had just despaired were so excited that they almost cheered. 30 on the list was a true peak existence. It was too easy for them to kill Zichen, who was ranked 78. The atmosphere was extremely tense. On the other side, a light laugh sounded. A trap within a trap. Interesting. The one who laughed was the fortune teller. He took out the Book of Destiny and waved it at one of the outsiders as he said, Should we fight now or wait for them to finish before we fight? The outsider was startled and did not know what to do. The reason why he was at a loss was because the 4 people in front of him were too calm. One had to know that before they decided to scheme, they had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of Zichen and his 11 followers. They knew that the highest ranking among them was only in the 80s. Now that they were facing someone in the 60s, they shouldn't be so calm. Moreover, it was not just the fortune teller who was calm. Shentiandio, Hidden Mist, and Manshur were the same. As for the latter, the big fellow called Manshur, his eyes were burning with passion as if he could not wait to attack. The 5 of them were calm, but they were so calm that they felt their hair stand on end. The Lion Man elder was also very hesitant. He shouted, Don't listen to him. He's stalling for time. Kill him with all you've got. Stalling for time? Bah! The fortune teller spat in disdain. He opened a page of the Book of Destiny in his hand, and that page glowed with a 7-colored light. Whoosh! At the same time, the crisp sound of Zichen unsheathing his saber sounded. Chapter 1707. The Sword Drawing Technique. When the long sword appeared, a 7-colored sword light bloomed between heaven and earth. The seven-colored brilliance was constantly changing. It was beautiful and dazzling, but it contained a terrifying energy aura. There were a total of 9 seven-colored lights. They stretched out like an open seven-colored fan. One end of the fan was near Zichen, the other was near the old lion man, and the center was in Zichen's hand. The old lion man, who was originally calm, immediately changed his expression when he felt Zichen's powerful attack. A rainbow-colored light shot out from the Book of Heaven's Will. The rainbow-colored light shook and turned into a shadow. It was a cold energy body wearing seven-colored armor. The seven-colored light around it was dazzling. After it appeared, it went straight for the alien race. The Book of Destiny followed, closely behind. A seven-colored spear appeared in Xindao's hand. The spear surged with a trace of heavenly Tao power. He held the spear and charged forward. The mist shadow turned into a shadow. He also held a seven-colored weapon and charged at his opponent. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. Man Sure, who had completed his transformation, held a seven-colored mace with both hands and smashed down. The void trembled. A huge hole seemed to have been smashed in the sky by this attack. The 5 of them unleashed their seven-colored weapons. The energy on their weapons caused the heaven and earth to lose color. In Ninefold City, the change in the martial leaderboard attracted a lot of attention. All the cultivators in the city were discussing it, but after a short while, the golden leaderboard trembled again. Then golden light burst out and illuminated the entire city. The leaderboard, it's the leaderboard again. Let's see who's on the leaderboard this time. The leaderboard changed twice in a day. Since Zichen entered the city last time, something like this has never happened. Everyone looked up at the leaderboard. At the top of the leaderboard, the name of the expert representing the 30th place suddenly lit up. 30, it's the 30th place. Who squeezed out the 30th place? The expert representing the 30th place had already left the battlefield of despair. After his name lit up, it gradually disappeared, leaving an empty spot on the leaderboard. The 30th place was empty. Everyone looked at the leaderboard. They wanted to see who had entered the leaderboard and jumped directly into the 30th place. Another name lit up on the list. It was Zichen. Zichen, who had just entered the 50th rank, had his name lit up again. This was a sign of change. Could it be Zichen again? He just entered the 50th rank, which is already incredible. How did he advance again? Could it be that he broke through from the early 9th level to the intermediate 9th level in just a few short days? I only broke through to the early stage 10 days ago. How can it be so fast? But if he didn't break through, why did his ranking rise so much? Seeing Zichen's name jump to the 30th place, the city was in an uproar. This time, even those powerhouses on the rankings couldn't sit still and jumped out from the shadows one after another. It's him. Yong Mo, who was ranked 21st, stood in the crowd and frowned as he looked at Zichen's name. Indeed, he had never seen Zichen before. He had only heard of Zichen's deeds. His big brother, Zhang Yongxi, thought highly of Zichen and said that Zichen had a chance to enter the top 50. At first, he didn't believe it because everyone on the leaderboard was at the peak of 9th level. Even Long Fei didn't cause such a big commotion in the past. But today, Zichen entered the 50th rank. He was very surprised, but he didn't expect that Zichen would enter the 30th rank. This was a big shock to him. He suddenly showed such great strength. What happened? Is it related to Big Brother's sudden departure? Yong Mo was shocked by Zichen's strength, and his heart was also full of doubts. Zichen entered the leaderboard. The top 50 was empty. Logically speaking, it should be replaced by the original 49th place. But no, the top 50 was still empty. It was very uncoordinated. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw Mansher's name suddenly light up. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he entered the 50th rank. Mansher, isn't he Zichen's follower? How did he suddenly jump to the 50th rank? Although Manshur is very strong, he shouldn't have reached this rank. What happened? Could it be that the leaderboard is malfunctioning again? Idiot! When did the leaderboard malfunction? Of course, the leaderboard couldn't malfunction. This situation could only mean that Manshur had erupted with his strongest strength. That strength was recorded by the rules, and then recalculated to give this result. Manshur and the others all had an impression of him. He had broken through half a day later than Zichin, and now he was also at the early 9th level. But to enter the top 50 at the early 9th level was very difficult to accept. After all, there was already Zichin. How could there be another Manshur? But the facts proved that this was only the beginning. Next, the fortune teller's ranking jumped up dozens of places, jumping to the 48th position. The mist shadow jumped to the 49th position. Finally, the Path of Heaven's ranking jumped up, surpassing 3 people and reaching the 47th position. Seeing these 3 rankings jump up one after another, everyone was dumbfounded. One had to know that they were all at the early 9th level. They weren't even at the middle stage. At this moment, Zichen's followers, who weren't paid much attention to, became the focus of everyone's discussion. Because Zichen was too dazzling, they didn't seem to attract much attention. But if Zichen wasn't taken into account, those 11 people were all amazing existences. Any one of them was far stronger than Su Ho, who was the most powerful person in the past 1,000 years. Yong Mo was also stunned by the names that jumped up one after another. Could it be that these are all existences with great potential, comparable to Long Fei? Compared to the commotion in the 9th level city, the Lion Emperor's forces were strangely quiet at this moment. Heaven and earth were silent, and even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths and sealing the space. Actually, the space wasn't sealed, and there were waves of energy dissipating between heaven and earth. These energies were filled with destructive power, but they were very beautiful, like a rainbow. In the forces below, there was a huge crater, and all the buildings in the crater had disappeared. The entire forces had been reduced to ruins. Above the ruins, besides the corpses, there were also some foreign races. But at this moment, these foreign races were like walking corpses, standing there in a daze, their eyes lifeless. They were still alive, but their hearts seemed to be dead. In the center of the battlefield, where the damage was the most severe, there were 5 very eye-catching corpses. They were eye-catching because, even though they were dead, they still emitted powerful energy fluctuations. These fluctuations were enough to make most people's expressions change. One of the old men's eyes was wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His fatal wound was between his eyebrows, and a thin line of blood ran from top to bottom, almost splitting his body in 2. His name was Wiley, and he was a member of the royal family with a true top-notch bloodline. He was ranked 30th on the martial rankings. Other than Wiley, the other 4 corpses were all famous people when they were alive. Among them, the lowest was ranked 68th, and the highest was ranked 66th. But today they were all dead. The culprits were the 5 humans in the sky who just entered the 9th rank. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have dared to believe that this was real? Yes, no one would believe it. Even though they'd seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. They'd suffered such a huge blow that they wouldn't be able to recover from it in a short time. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Is this the true strength of Zichen and his followers? How could Zichen compare to Long Fei? I think all of his followers are on par with Long Fei. The battle had already ended, but the humans were still in a state of shock. Their minds were constantly replaying the scene that had just happened. After Zichen's attack, the 7-colored brilliance filled everyone's vision, filling the entire forces. This brilliance was the light of the saber, the dancing of the mace, the light of the armor, the light of the spear, and the light of the weapon's attack. Unleashing their full strength, they were already incredibly powerful. With the addition of the mysterious seven-colored weapon, their battle prowess was raised to its true peak. Without the weapon, Zi Chen and the others might not have been able to defeat their enemies so easily. Even if they'd won, they'd have to pay a heavy price. But with the seven-colored weapon, their battle prowess had been greatly enhanced, and killing their enemies had become much easier. The aliens couldn't accept the scene in front of them because the battle had ended too quickly. So quickly that they found it hard to accept. Zi Chen was the first to attack. 9 blasts of saber light were enough to make Wily's defense wretchedly difficult. Another 9 blasts of saber light appeared, instantly breaking through Wily's strongest defense. Finally, the 9 blasts of saber light sliced through Wily's body. Zi Chen attacked 3 times, sheathing and unsheathing the 7-colored saber 3 times. In less than a breath of time, the battle was over. Man Shi directly smashed his opponent with his spiked club. His opponent couldn't even breathe and was smashed to death. Next, the divination of destiny worked together with the 7-colored shadow to kill his opponent. The shadow of the mist used a shadow attack. After fooling his opponent, the 7-colored weapon pierced his opponent's chest. Comparatively speaking, the one who ended the battle was Xindao. Only after 3 breaths of time had passed did he manage to stab his spear into his opponent's heart, even though his opponent was a bit stronger. On the other side of the sky, the 20 natives were completely stunned. They couldn't utter a single word. Originally, they'd wanted them to clean up the battlefield, but looking back at them, they decided to forget about it. At that moment, the shadow of the mist's figure suddenly split into 6. They charged towards the 6 dead experts on the ranking list and took their hearts. The hearts of experts on the ranking list were even more valuable than dragon crystals. The powerful explosion of energy just then had destroyed this self-built structure and killed many aliens. There weren't many survivors left. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.